Got my ego. Wait, did I plug the webcam back in? Okay, good. I wasn't sure. Make sure everything is functioning correctly. And then I can begin. Actually, I'm gonna start in Vivid. For once. Because I want to see. Oh, I need to add that too. Only 3 people here. And it'll probably be a few hours before we get more. Forgot that my PC was up all the way. Oops. There we go. Yep. That's not what I wanted. Oops. Wait, did I don't know if I have these. Hang on. I need to make sure. Yep. Okay. Believe I'm good. Yeah. I'm just gonna come back. I want to see if those new treasure maps are in the game yet. Or where to even get them. You know. Oops. Yeah, I'll do it in solos. Wait, aren't they supposed to have the Legends Landing or whatever? Into the game? Where would that be? Would it be under here? Tactical defense, that's a new tab. I don't know where it is. So they announced they were adding Legends Landing as like an FNCS type map. Truck color switch. I wonder if this is the same people. I'm gonna look it up. Let me try. Oh, that's not what I want. Let me see if the code is active yet. Because today's the 18th. Yeah, it was supposed to go live today, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it? Legends Landing. Let's see if it works. Let me watch the trailer for this thing yet. Or, yeah. Welcome to Legends Landing. Yeah, see, there are a couple box fight things. Aim duels. Earn XP by winning. Oh, there's the island code. Okay. Starting on 2/18/22. So yeah, today. Should work, theoretically. Right? complete. Alright, I need to open Discord. Okay, so here we are. One, two, three, four, five. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, this is like an Epic made map. And you can watch the FNCS broadcasts here. Kind of like how you could in Party Royale. But this is, yeah, see, created by these people and collab with Epic. So, yeah. It's pretty cool. I battle bus. I wonder if that's supposed to be like the World Cup trophy. There's something up there. So here's a box fight map. You know, a little spectating area there. And here's the other box fight. The spectating area over there. I'm gonna see what's down here first. Okay, so I think that's like a theater. This might also go there. It might just be like a second floor of the theater. Yeah. What's this? Oh, is this the aim duel? Yeah. So cube hitting enemy targets. Okay. It's pretty cool. So yeah, if you didn't know, you can have aim duels, which I'm assuming you kind of just like face off against people and see who can hit more targets or something like that. If I had to guess. What's this? Little like, you know, dance party place. Like a rave. Okay, there's food. And it's just a crown. Looks like it's just like a lounge area. So yeah. Looks like stairs down. Eh. Alright, I'm gonna go check out the... Actually, I'm gonna check out the other side first, and then I'll check out the main theater. So that's like the main attraction here. So yeah, it's just aim dueling here. Oh, here's tacos. Cool. It just has shields. Okay. Oh, it's just like a little slurp thing. Can you get shields from this? These look like matchmaking portals. I think they just used them as to look like TVs, you know. I think that's all. Oh, there's an elevator right here. I wonder if it works. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, so there's an elevator there if you don't want to take the stairs on the other side. When is... I know the first qualifiers were yesterday for FNCS. I don't know when the next ones are, though. So you can actually, like, watch things in here. So we got one of them. Okay, so nice maps. Got a bunch of different auras. Can I just... Dang. How much gold? 50? Okay. Oh. It says you have infinite gold. It's probably for... something else. Oh, okay, so we got changing booths too. If you want to change your skin. What is that, a hat rack? Okay. What is this? Oh, you can remove your outline. My second favorite skin in this game. Is anyone else here? Nah, they left. Okay, so your team name is Legends, apparently. Yep. So it's just a little kitchen area, I guess. So yeah, this is like the main stage. Like this is where you'll be able to watch FNCS once it's actually active, you know. So yeah, that's like, this is the main, the heck? But this is the main stage, main attraction. Okay. So if you ever want to watch the FNCS broadcast, it's on Twitch. You can just come to this island. I don't know what the code is. I don't remember. I put it in from a from Google. So if you want, oh actually no, I remember. If you want to also visit this map, Epic put out a little trailer for this map a couple days ago. It says the map code in it. Normally it's supposed to say at the top of the screen, but they probably removed that because, you know, they don't want it to take up space if you're watching things. So yeah, we've got changing booths, a couple more maps. Got the aim duels on this side, and then this, actually no, maybe it's just, yeah, it's just that side. That's where the aim duel is. And then down here on both sides, there are two box fights. There's box fight 1 and box fight 2. And then this, oh, this is cool. This, I'm pretty sure, shows, like, past champions. I think winners of FNCS, if I'm correct. I don't know, I didn't watch FNCS much back then. I watched the World Cup live, and I have the World Cup lanyard and everything. Like, I've got some of that cool stuff, but I haven't watched FNCS that much. Was FNCS solos in Season 3? This is actually pretty cool. Season 4. We've got... Yep. Yeah, reverse. I remember that. Has Buga won a FNCS? I don't even remember. He's NA East. Wait, what is that name? It's just a bunch of... It's probably like, how you can do your name in different, I don't know, symbols, I guess. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So yeah, whenever FNCS is actually live, you can come here and watch the broadcast. Or do box fights or whatever. But nobody's here right now, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna do solos and see if those treasure maps are in the game yet. Actually, first I'm gonna favorite that if I haven't already. Oh, or not. Okay. I don't think you can favorite it yet, unless I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright. I'm gonna go see if the treasure maps are in. And if they're the same as they were in Season 8, you know, you just get a map and it'll take you to like a underground cache. I should probably check the Discord. Check the leaks Discord. Where to find Nathan Drake's treasure map and how to use it. Okay. Hunt for gold. Okay, does it give you gold? Standard Fortnite loot. Okay, so it's just a random drop. I think I'll go to the Beagle then. I thought there'd be an NPC of Nathan Drake. Less space, no. Okay, so I think visually they look the same, the maps. I think they're still legendary. They were legendary, right? I don't think they were mythic. Yeah, they should just be legendary, like, I guess consumables that'll lead you towards a chest underground. You have to pickaxe it. Oh, there we go. So you just pick it up, and it'll lead you straight to it. Okay, so it works just like the old ones. I'm honestly just gonna get out of here. I don't care about fighting right now. I just want to go check this out. Because these haven't been back in the game in a couple of years. So I'm going to stay down real quick in case this Spider-Man decides to go on top of the mountain, volcano, whatever. Okay, so you can see the like golden glow where the chest is still. Hi, llama. I'm not here for you. And this thing's on like the edge of the map. I get in the whiplash. So it's somewhere. Oh, is it like on the beach? Ah, there we go. Okay, so the ground does glow like it used to. So what you have to do is, yeah, you have to hit the ground for sure. Yep. So I don't know what's in this, honestly. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Look at this. So you get, it looks like a ton of materials, 130 gold, and 3 gold weapons. And, you know, chugs. That healing might be substituted for other things. Okay, so I think it gives you 150 wood, 120 brick, 30 metal. And then 3 legendary weapons and healing of some sort. Not to mention the 130 gold. I don't think there's anything else. It's actually pretty good. Like if I find these, I'm definitely gonna go for it. Okay, switch party rail. I at least turn the radio off. Those are the way for it to switch to the right station. Come on. This one is so annoying. Just like click, 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 click. There we go. I just have to spam A a bunch. Zone. I had him on the ropes. People are really sweating. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a break from solos. Permanently. No, I'm just kidding. Not permanently, just temporarily. I only wanted to check out the chest, so I'm gonna go back to something else that I actually enjoy playing. Because, like I said, I don't think I'll play solos as much. At least for the rest of the season. I'll probably just stick to creative modes, imposters, and team rumble. Unless I'm playing with people. Like, I'll do solos, duos, or trios, or whatever. Why does it say nobody's in the game channel? Oh. That was weird. It said nobody was in it, but there are people in it. Watch this. I just got you. People are already sending me friend requests. Man, I gotta turn that on. Okay. I mean, there's only a few people here. Ugh. I won't shoot unless someone else shoots me. It's usually how I work here. Y'all can shoot each other all you want. You guys need score still. I'm gonna kill him. Sorry, you're not the one I was looking for. I tried to run. Where's the other one? There he is. Shots. Oh man. Oh, I did it too early. Quite unfortunate, if I say so myself. Actually, I want to see how much XP this thing gives out, because I've never picked it up. 28k? Sheesh. I got up to 30k because it's supercharged. I don't know how long I'll be on today. I might just get off and go play Destiny in a little while, not right now. I would stream other games, but it's a pain to keep switching my Twitch account between both of my Xbox accounts, because I have one Xbox account exclusively for Fortnite because of, it's a long story, and then I have my main Xbox account that I've had since like 2013 that I play every other game on. So I would need to unlink my Twitch from my current Xbox account. Then I would need to link it to my other Xbox account and then authorize it, you know, to get everything set up so I can broadcast. But then if I wanted to stream Fortnite again, I would have to unlink it and relink. Like, it'd be a hassle to link it between both of my Xbox accounts. Like, I wish I could stream other games, but like, I don't know. Maybe Twitch has the option to have one Twitch account linked to two Xbox accounts and you can broadcast. Then I can stream other games. Because I have plenty of other games that I could stream. You know, I've got GTA. I have Destiny 2. I have Apex. I have Halo Infinite. I've got a ton of games that I could stream. Heck, I'd stream Destiny 1. I could, but it would be extreme hassle. The people here right now. Yeah, I'll stay. I know that guy. He was in one of my lobbies yesterday. Like, if you have a recognizable name, chances are I'll recognize you. Come back. Like Thunder Nuts? Yeah, I'm gonna notice that. Somebody is going crazy gave you all your gold, but okay. Oh wait, this is the guy that I gave all the weapons to yesterday. I gave him the mythic pulse and the mythic ray gun, and I gave him Jules glider gun, and a pumpkin launcher. Now he's killing me. I gave you like everything in this game. Why can't we team? Oh. I've had Torikago stuck in my head for a couple days now. I don't let these guys fight, that's their problem. Oh wait, that's not what I want, I meant to do that. There are 8 people, okay. Not a lot of people right now. Probably be a couple hours before there are actually people on. Today's a Friday, which means most of the player base of Fortnite is currently at school. And I hope next season's good. Like, this season was good. I'm not saying this season's bad. I don't know. Most of the chapter launches are, you know, they're gonna be a little dull. They gotta set everything up. Like, it's not all gonna start as cool as, like, you know, season 7, season 5, season 2. Chapter 2, by the way. Not chapter 1, I didn't play that. But yeah, if next season's, like, rumors, leaks, or whatever are actually true, and we do have a war between the Imagined Order and the 7, kind of like how we had Ghost and Shadow in chapter 2, like, that would be awesome. I mean, Chapter 2 Season 2 is my second favorite season of all time. I loved that season. And I didn't even play it as much. I only got to like level 140-ish. No, I got to like level 170 something in Season 2. Because I almost unlocked full gold. Or maybe I did unlock full gold. Let me get check. But yeah, I didn't play for the first month of Season 2 because Season 1 got so boring, I quit the game. Not permanently, of course, but temporarily I quit Fortnite for Destiny 2. Because Destiny 2 had just come out with a new season as Fortnite was getting dull. So I was like, okay, I'll play it. So yeah, see, I barely missed... Full Gold Brutus was 180, if I remember correctly. So I probably got to like 170 something, 175 maybe, 6. So yeah, I loved that season. Imagine if I had played Season 2 as much as I did like Season 7, 8, or this season, I might have gotten Gold Peely. I don't know, because XP worked a lot differently back then. It wasn't as easy to get. So I'm not sure. Oh, I see what it is. It's one of these. Why? Aw, man. Who else has the propifier in this lobby? Chumley. Hi. What is this, a revolver? Yeah. But they don't know that I'm the Warren. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Somebody just got shotgunned. It's like people keep trickling in and out. Maybe not. Gave him a chance to stop firing. You think he'd take it. It's persistent though. Give him that. I can give some gold out. Oh, you again. I like how you came back after you tried to kill me. There you go. I already gave you a ton. You got oh my gosh, you're annoying. Stop fighting. You have to reset my fight. You'd think he'd stop. He hasn't killed me at all. Yeah, nobody's talking. Do you really want to keep doing this? Oh yeah, you're chill. Where's your apartment? Did he leave? Oh, he's still here somewhere. Oh, is this apartment around back? Yep, there it is. Hey buddy, where'd you go? Oh, it's you. Okay. Oh, they're investing. Smart. Hey buddy, where are we going? Fast travel. Wasn't done, I was looking at something. I don't know why they keep trying. Destroyed them every time. Like, I'm not here to fight. Stop fighting. Just here to chill. To chill so I don't feel this crippling loneliness. I don't know how it is, don't worry. Rip. Time for a quick change. I'm gonna switch back to emotes on all Midas's. Nope, not that one. This is well rounded, right? Might switch this one to gloss, because I think gloss sounds better. Like, well rounded's rare, but I didn't get it when it was rare. And gloss sounds way better, so I'm gonna switch to that. I think Midsummer Midas has his own range. Yeah. I wish I could use Pump Up the Jam with him, but copyrighted music. What do I have? Is Crazy Boy up top? No, Headbangers. Okay, I remember. Goes Headbanger, then Crazy Boy, then Gloss. So yeah, I don't even use these emotes because they're rare. I use them because, like, I got them and liked them. And because some of my other emotes are unavailable Like, I can't use a lot of my favorite ones because they're copyrighted. Like, leave the door open. Heck, blinding lights. Pump up the jam I can't use. I can't even use Never Gonna. Like, so many of these emotes are so good, and I just can't use them. At least when I stream, but nowadays I just keep all copyrighted audio muted at all times because I don't want to have to keep switching it off back and forth. So I'm stuck with it. Which means I probably won't buy icon emotes anymore. Because, you know, what's the point if I can't even hear the music? If I play Fortnite, generally speaking, I'm streaming. If only Twitch wasn't so harsh with their rules. Oh, man. Oh yeah, page turner. I don't know. Which one do I like more, office chariot or page turner? Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. I think I'm gonna go with page turner. Thank you for reminding me. Favorites. I have too many emotes. Where's P? There it is. Does Marigold also have page turner? Okay. Got Rex. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Rex too. It's like my favorite idol emote. Like, I follow the Destiny kind of emotes. Like, I try to have, you know, some sort of action / greeting, an idle emote, and then the rest are dances, you know? So I always have my chair or whatever on my down slot. Because I played Destiny before I played Fortnite. So I'm used to their order of emotes, I suppose. I paid like $25 for this Midas and I barely even use him. Feels bad. I bought the Black Ice Legends just for this guy. Like, I'm never gonna use the other two, like the Renegade Raider and the Crystal. I don't think I'll ever use them, if I'm being honest. Okay. Oh, well, love was here. Excuse me? Where did that even come from? There you are. No, if y'all want to fight, you can fight. I don't get in the middle of those kind of things. Not anymore. We're tired. How'd you miss me when I was standing still? You're never gonna beat me, dude. Just stop trying. I'm not trying to fight you. You're not the one I'm looking for. Love keeps trying to find a different server, but this is the only active one. Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can fight, I don't care. No, that's... They keep leaving and rejoining. They're trying to find a... obviously trying to find a different server, but there is no other server. This is the only active one. There's not many of these people, I don't think. I think they left again. So I don't see their apartment. Oh, there they are. I've been seeing so many people lag out of the map recently. Like how they just run in place. Very, very strange. Rocket League's got 49,000 viewers right now. I love Pokemon Legend of Zelda, don't get me wrong. But compared to Metroid, Metroid is my favorite Nintendo series. Nothing's ever going to beat Metroid for me. Which sucks because they've neglected Metroid for the last decade. We've been waiting for Prime 4 since 2008, technically. We got a teaser in 2017. And we never got anything on it, and then they restarted development. At least it's with retro. Like, it'll be a good game when it actually releases. Who knows when that'll be. The game got teased 5 years ago. Like, I'm not a developer, but most modern games don't take 5 years to make. Not anymore. I mean, look at Call of Duty, they pump games out every year. Granted, most of Nintendo's games are way higher quality, I will say. But 5 years is a long time. I mean, at least we got Dread. Because Dread is even older than Prime 4. Dread was rumored right after Fusion, I think, before Prime 3. So it's nice to finally get a continuation of the story of the X-Parasites after Fusion. Because for the last... Fusion 2004, 2002, however long it's been, either 20 years or 18 years, or that long, Metroid Fusion was the latest game chronologically. They just kept, like, retelling older stories, you know, between the first Metroid / Zero Mission and Fusion. They just kept, like, telling that whole chunk of time. We finally got one after... If I go outside, it'll feel because I don't usually wear ice box. I will say though, I'm pretty well known for wearing Midas skins by everybody I know in game and real life. I'm infamous for using Midas skins and, you know, all the ghosts and shadows and all that. Like, I have the double agent, I have all three of the first shadows, I have all the up to 2. I have every Midas they've ever made, including Marigold. I even have a couple of remakes, like I have Sky's remake, I have Jules' remake. I still don't have original Chaos Agent though. I mean, I don't really need him. The double Chaos Agent is way better than the original. It's the same model. He just has the gold. Bites, and I can go out and fight. He's using mech axe. Vendettas. Haven't seen that in the game in a while. Like in game, you know. Most people only use the newest cosmetics. As the great Mr. Incredible once said, it's showtime. I can't do it as well as he can. Is anybody even here? Yeah, most people left already. Really? Was that you or? You. That is it. Now I'm mad. punks spamming RPGs. I hate people like that. They're so annoying. I spam a minigun, but at least I have to actually aim with my weapon. You can just shoot in my general direction, and there's, oh, here's 130 damage. Of course, exactly. Really. Okay. Yeah, this guy's been doing this for weeks now. He always RPGs himself. Like, he loves to shoot people and just run around them. Like, oh, ignore that temporarily. Such a coward, dude. I hate people like this. Like, you're not fun to fight or play with. I have no words for people like this. Like, I have no respect for these kind of people. Like, let me spam my RPGs and then kill myself as soon as I'm low on health. Like, you are trash. Like, I don't care if people will say, oh, he's an OG, he is the visitor from season 4. Like, I don't care. Like, I will 100% be toxic with people like this. Gotcha. Get out of here. See the difference between me and him? I'll RPG myself after we fight, not during it. I have absolutely no respect for people like this.
This is the way.
Down there? Yep, there he is. Went out with a bang. There's a surprise. You can see my gold skin, like at the back of my neck, right there. You can see it like clip through my shirt for whatever reason. think you used to be able to see it, like, if you do this. Maybe it's only with shotguns or something. Is that under P? There it is. There. I want W. Which? There it is. I'll stop crazy boy. It's like my dance. I don't know, it's what I have on like all my people. I wonder if that visitor's still here. Yeah, he's still here somewhere. I mean, hi? I guess. Only OGs remember that Shadow Midas' trailer had him using picking in it. Oh, picking hasn't been sold in a while now. Picking hasn't been sold since May 27th of last year. It's almost been a year. I mean, not almost. In a few more months. Disable my ad blocker. Website doesn't like when I have my ad blocker on. Too bad. Probably because of the headphones plus the sunglasses compressing my brain. Not to mention staring at the screens, even with sunglasses. It strains. Really? Nice. You're gonna shoot me and run? Why do you shoot me, coward? Like, you shoot me and then just run away as soon as I come after you. It's like, oh, maybe one day I'll actually hit my shots. There we go. That day is today. The same road. Are there two gold runs here? Have some beef jerky. I know how to get this. What is it in? Oh, it's in like a little bag. The heck? What is it? It's like a little pouch in the back. Oh wait, no, it is like a little wrapper on. Jalapeno beef jerky. Let's go. I'm gonna have some while I'm chilling. I don't know. I'm really hungry today. Shut up. Let me eat. I don't usually eat a lot, so this is nice. See, I kind of want to leave, but I don't know what else. Oh, great. Now he's here. The player who previously had the most amount of kills in the game is now here. See, people love to shoot, and then they just run and hide. Oh, it's the carbide. He's chill. Ow. Alright, let's go hide in here. Actually, I got you, G. Give me a sec. I put my beef jerky. There it is. I don't think I can whistle that high. Not very well though. Oh, I thought the Spider-Man was the one. He got lasered. comfort you in a moment. Let's see if it loads. I haven't refreshed this page in a while. Here, bunkers. I'll clap that one. Alright, I'm sorry. Aw. I mean, I can't say I'd blame him if he didn't. Oh, I can't use it. I have to, for whatever reason, the prop fire bugs you out, so you use the booth. I don't know why. It's a weird bug. No, I'm not done. How do you edit your... There we go. I'm trying to remember how to edit your, like, status in Discord. It's not under user settings, right? No. It's not under editing user profile, if I remember correctly. Let's see, that's stuck there. It's not under about me. Man, what? Oh, yeah, you have to click on your, click on your profile picture. You go AFK. I'll fire the gun now. Total real quick. Yep, Legend Landing is live. Like, is it on the Discover tab? Or can you only access it by using the code? Go for now. I want to go to Legends Landing. See if FNCS is live. I'll watch it for a little bit. I'm eating, and I want to see if it's on Discover. Yep, there it is by Epic. I never need to go to Party Royale again, unless I want to just dance with people, you know, and chill. But I used to go there to watch FNCS, so now I don't have to. I wonder how that works. Like if they broadcast on Twitch, I wonder how they have it set up to also play in here. Going straight to the broadcast if it's up. Yep, there we go.
Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore.
So I'm sorry if anybody gets bored of this, but I just want to kind of watch FNCS for a while.
Shafts and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive seasons of Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play.
Can you focus?
The first change that will seriously impact the way the competitive
focus like you
played
can
out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at Slurpy Swamp, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels
so this is the video they put out
across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well. So now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced.
So it looks like EU qualifiers
Last
are up.
Chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, catty corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Sorry, Rocky Reels. Teams like Janice and Vortex, who play second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily they land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield to loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side.
Remember, 100% chest spawns not in the game.
Produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP.
So dumb.
Janice lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the
like
north.
Not only do you have a random chance of getting certain weapons or rarities,
but landing more
you have a random chance of even getting a chest to spawn at all.
Engage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
Yeah.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the tires get blown out boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Fuga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters and easy rotation, additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early games like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the end game. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Wade have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone. Or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
All right. Yeah, it looks like that. EU qualifiers. Yep. I'm gonna spend so much time in this map. I'm just trying to watch the broadcast, bro. I don't even have my controller in my hands. I'll sit next to you. You seem chill. Get it? oh, sorry. Bro, tilt my camera back up. Change my stream title so that way anybody who wants to watch FNCS can just watch it here or on Fortnite's channel, you know. Okay, good. No, put them up.
I'm very excited about being part in Season 9.
It's a different chapter, so everything can happen.
New map, new loot pool, there's a lot of new stuff.
I've been practicing very hard.
Yep.
I think I have a good understanding of the game.
Fighting ability and mechanic ability. I think that's what I bring to the table.
My aim is my biggest advantage.
Yeah, I'm probably fast.
My aim is my biggest weakness.
Yeah, I'm bringing the mechanics in.
I think it's my brain.
Like I can build,
Obviously as well, my
I'm
aim.
kinda at
We'll
it.
win by just playing consistent.
My aim is hit or miss.
Game.
I think we're gonna bring like a lot
Sometimes I
of
just
chemistry
pop
and like
off.
good fighting skills.
Me and Refs are gonna go all the way. The Danish
Can't hit
Dynamite,
anything.
we're a very scary duo.
I'm ready to crush the competition.
I am ready for this FNCS and I know I'm gonna do good.
I'm here. I'm ready. I'm taking
Good
on the
luck,
win.
everybody.
I'm here to win. I'm here to qualify for the final. Let's go! Let's go!
I know that excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stop
Fortnite
saying
fans
it.
around the globe, welcome to the
trying to watch the
2022
broadcast. Buzz off.
Fortnite Champion Series. That's right, the bus has come back around, and you know we're riding shotgun. It's your favorite Prime. It's Zekemus back up in the building. And look at this.
Hey, Zeke.
That's right, look at all these new crazy graphics, Who Dis 2022. We're doing it huge, fam, of course. It's all about duos, but I am just one boy. I've got a duo here with me. It is none other than
Go away.
Reese Hub, your favorite analyst here. It's big brain time, of course. Reese, you gotta say hello, my boy.
Hello, hello. You know you're getting by now. Like, I'm part of the furniture. You come on to EU. You expect to see me at this point. Let's be real.
That's fair. And who's this? That's right. It's Boop making his debut on the broadcast. Boop, it's great to have you here, man.
It is great to be here. I love to be in this position. I mean, I'm like a robot today, but I'm happy to be here to be the best looking analyst of the FNCS. So happy to be here. And
These are big words and fighting
Shade.
words. But you're very big. Let's be real. Firstly, you're just lucky Shadow's not here.
Wow. Well, he's still close by. He's
where's
not that
Golden
far
Boy
at
at?
all. But, you know, we'll hang out with him in 11-2K in just a little bit. There's a lot of things we got to talk about before we can jump aboard the battle bus and kick off the competition, my friends. There's a lot of new things. Chapter 3, Season 1. New map, new boot pool, new mobility items, new POIs. It is all happening right here. How are you guys enjoying Chapter 3, Season 1?
Dude, like, honestly, I'm definitely enjoying, for the first thing, map, right? Completely different changes. We're getting some cool views as we're going over old POIs like Tilted. It's a completely different environment that you're in right now, and a lot of the teams who are performing really well so far are just the teams who've been playing
the
a
map
ton since the new chapter dropped.
feels so
to
familiar,
adapt
but
to
also
all of
so
these new
different.
changes.
I mean, it feels like me, like the chapter 1 almost. Like, this map is beautiful. So many new drop spots, so many new things happening. And, of course, new duos, which I'm very excited to talk about.
That's right, dude. I think that's the biggest and most exciting change, right? Coming from a year of trios, and now we've kind of followed that action, followed that strategy line, the storylines as well.
Hang on.
And now we get the big shakeup. Which players are coming together to form these powerful duos?
So you don't
Remember, we're
fall
going
off.
from 33 trios to now 50 duos, so the competition is going to get that much harder. Now, let's talk about a few things about the actual broadcast. Like the broadcast
I can't
schedule, if
see
you're like,
because of these.
Zeke, what's going on? I want to watch more of this.
All
Don't
right, so
worry about it.
anybody
We're
who's
here today,
watching,
but keep in
here's a
mind,
broadcast schedule.
back
Qualifier
few
1
days
is
from
today,
now, so not
qualifier 2 is in
tomorrow,
a
but on
couple days,
February
semis are
20th, we'll be
25th,
back for
27th.
qualifier number 2.
Finals
Next
are
weekend,
March 5th
back
to March
3 days
March
in a
5th
row,
to
and that
March
all culminates
6th.
in the finals 2 weeks from today. So mark your calendars. Make sure you come on back. You won't
All
want to
right,
miss
all
any
right. I
of
can respect
that
30.
action. Now, of course, there's a few things that we do want to continue to cover here in the actual show. I'm sure some of you are new faces to the broadcast. It's truly an honor to have you here. We're so excited that you're joining us. And check this out. Now, look, this is scary, okay? You're seeing a lot of things. You're seeing a lot of numbers. Don't worry
Is it
about it.
duos
Reason's
still?
got you covered.
I honestly don't
Reese,
know what
focus us in. Where are we at
format
right now?
FNCS is.
Like, I'm focused, laser focused on one particular point here. That is the far left-hand side where it says
looks like it's
two
duos, so
qualifiers.
it says 50
that
teams.
First 3 lines, round 1, round 2, round 3. That's where we're at right now.
They switch off
You know
at- when
what?
did they switch
Ignore
off at
round 1.
trios?
Ignore round 2 because these have
Last
already
season?
happened.
Or
And
the
all
season
you need
before?
to know is that from round 2, the top 50 teams, 100 players, the best of the best have managed
Oh, I
to make
forgot I
it
was
here
gonna
to
check
round
Twitter.
number 3. And
Actually,
they're gonna
before
play
I do that,
6
I'm gonna leave
games.
y'all.
What you're going to be
I'm
looking out
going
for in
to
that
go get
leaderboard
some,
is the top
refreshments,
8
BRB.
teams. So that's everything's to play for. And if you notice, finals is on the far right. So the top 8 teams will fly all the way to finals, skip that semi-final stage. Everyone else is going to get series points, which will just push them into the semi-finals to hopefully qualify through. And then guess what? You get to do it all again in 2 more days' time on Sunday with qualifier number 2.
That's right. Now, as custom, when we have new faces here on the broadcast desk, we got to throw them right into the fire. So,
Yep,
Boop,
yep.
tell us about the format.
I mean, this format is a little bit ridiculous. It's a good balance between eliminations and placement points. 32 points for the victory out and 3 points per elimination. You really do not want to be going down off spawn. You got to make it to late game, but you cannot just sit there and just play for placement. You got to be focused. You got to be jumping into boxes. You got to right in there, because otherwise you're not going to qualify today.
I love it. I love the addition of the sound effects as well. You can already tell Boop is assimilated. He's here. He's ready to have a good time. And so are we. Let's take a look at our qualified players. So remember, we just came from rounds 1 and 2, and now we're in round number 3. So here's just a kind of few names to toss your way. Reese, anybody standing out to you so far?
I mean, look, there's so many big names here, but I think the names of the season so far are on that far left-hand side, right in the middle, Mustache and Malabuka, a duo that has been absolutely prevalent in the Cash Cup round 2 so far. They're the only team who's managed to make all 6 of 6 of the second round of the Cash Cup so far, performed super well. You could put them as one of the best teams in there, 100% to look out for, and to be honest, it looked like they weren't going to qualify. The last 2 games in round 2 that they just got, a first and a second, so like they just clutched up at the end. Also, huge shouts. Resac Liam, bottom middle. Great name, I must say.
Yep, and I'm looking at Hen and Queasy. I mean, they just came off of a Cash Cup win. I mean, those guys are ridiculous. They have their spot uncontested as far as I know. And, you know, these guys have so much experience. 2 FNCS winners inside that duo. I mean, they're just going to pop off today. I believe in them.
I love it. I love the confidence in the duos. I love the confidence in the players. That is what this is all about. Now, we have a few more things to talk about, but first, we actually got to hang out with some of the members from the community, kind of pick their brains, get a little interview in there, and hear from them. So guess what? We're going to throw it to one right now. We're hanging out with Pink, so let's hear from him.
Go Pink.
up, everybody? My name's Levin2K and I'm here in the lobby with my guy Pink. Pink, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. First time.
Oh, I thought his name was Ping for a second.
Okay, maybe this guy is going to be a serious player. Was when you came fourth in Mongrel.
I came fourth in the Trio Cup as well, so I had back-to-back fourth places, which was good.
Started playing with Verox and Norwood.
Yeah, Norwood was very strategic and he fought it out. Like he was a planned player, and I was happy to play with him. Like right now, I'm an IGL, but at the time I was very bad at it, and he definitely opened my mind. And I
don't think it could be an IGL.
Thank him, of course.
Big critique of you guys off spawn, your fighting ability off spawn. You know, did you feel like that was a fair criticism of that team?
So from going from high ground to low ground, it wasn't much of a problem because while I was learning high ground, on the side I was learning low ground. So I kind of understood the mechanic of it, and I played well.
Obviously, you ended up moving on to a trio that I think did incredibly well in terms of your career. You started playing with Stompy and Nebs. That went really well.
So coming from the season of Primal, I think I made like $500 that season, and Stompy and Nebs made like 100,000.
No offense.
Stompy made like 10,000.
Like some of the stuff was cool,
to try out with me,
but
I
makeshift weapons and like crafting just to get basic
very big
guns,
opportunity
that was
for me.
not it.
Played with Stompy though. Us three
it added a whole
had the
new
best
like
vibes
layer.
Ever. Like we're just playing, we have so much fun, and we all trust each other.
A lot of teams didn't do quite as well as they probably could have, but you guys really stepped up.
You're gonna have that like pressure on you, like, oh yeah, we need to do good, we need to do good. But when we were con, we were just like, we were con anyways, just go for it, you know. And we came third while con, which I don't think anyone else has done. I think that's the best placement.
Outside of Fortnite, how do you sort of wind down? Talk to me about what sort of keeps you going and keeps you level-headed, because obviously as much as you guys grind Fortnite non-stop, there's got to be a bit of balance there at times. So talk to you about, you know, think outside of Fortnite.
Quite literally was on my PC all day, every day. But then as of recently, I'm taking a few more breaks. I'm starting to go gym.
No pain, no gain.
It's good.
No pain, no gain. So I need to just settle down and chill out a bit sometimes.
Talk to me though about your goals for this year, your goals as a player.
This year, I really want to focus on winning, and I want me and my team, so my coach Budex, my teammate Anas, and my mental coach Papi, we're all working hard. So I hope it all pays off and we just win one of the FNCSs this year.
To all the people watching at home, be rooting for you. Thank you very much for joining me, Pink.
Get out of my screen.
It's been a pleasure chatting to you in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
Jin, thank you so much, Pink, for that interview. Great to hear from you. And speaking of Legends, have you guys checked out Legends Landing? It's happening in-game right now. You guys got to go check it out. It's in the Buy Epic Discovery right now. If you're watching from there, what's going on, Legends Landing? Thanks for having us. You know we love hanging out with all of y'all.
They can't see me, but hey.
There's a few things we want to talk about. There's some of these duos we kind of need to zero in on and kind of bring them to the light, right? Some of these you guys may be familiar with. Maybe you're just like, I haven't had time to catch up with competitive. Don't worry, we got you covered. We're kicking things off. We got Tayson and Thomas HD. Two names I feel like I've been talking about since, you know, competitive has become a thing. Where are these guys going?
Look, you can already see them right now, far left aside, the new POI covert right now, looking super good off spawn, realistically, because they can get such good loot here. They can get a bunch of the drops, get launch pads, but they're contested by a bunch of other teams. In all honesty, like, you know, Tayson and Thomas need no introduction. Let's be absolutely frank about that to start with. But their season hasn't gone so well in terms of like cash cup placements overall. They've had one really good one. I think this was a second in week number 3, which was great. But you know, there wasn't that crazy performance that we're used to seeing from them. However, that's actually pretty standard for Tayson, to be honest with you. You see, when it comes to FNCS, that's time to shine, and so far already, like, completely different from the cash cup placement. Seems to be on top game. I'm thinking maybe off spawn's gonna be a bit different, but a huge performance for them definitely today.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I have a love-hate relationship with Thomas and Tayson. I mean, these guys, they don't practice, they don't play the game as much, but they're so damn good. I just don't understand it. They are just ridiculous. Thomas HD, some of the best aim I've ever seen in the game. Tayson, such a smart player, you know, 4-time champion. I mean, Veno and Joe, they have the work cut out for them at that draw spot, but you know, I think they'll do well today.
Man, y'all are
I love
annoying.
the breakdown. We're gonna keep it going, Boop. And I'm
trying to watch
you,
the broadcast.
Tammy and Teak.
Oh,
now you're pretty excited about this duo in particular. Why is that?
Next broadcast.
I mean, this is my favorite duo, mainly because they just they're so consistent. They do have their own drop spot now over at the Neo Cammy split. Somehow Cammy is a genius for learning all of these drop spots. He knows just exactly what is the best spots on the map, and he just, he owns it. He has been dominant from this spot. Cammy is one of the best players of this chapter. He has been unrivaled, almost qualifying every single Cash Cup round 2 of this season. Unfortunately, did not make the last duo Cash Cup round 2. Sort of fell down a little bit there, but these guys, if you want to see late game, you just have to watch them because they're there every single time.
Yeah, if you've heard the terminology Cammy split, if you watched anything before, last season there was a Cammy split. Why is it called Cammy split? Because Cammy lands there. Like, realistically, that's the sake of it. He's owned that drop spot season after season. Now, they're kind of in the Cuddle Pond area, which is right in the center of the map. Because obviously, if you've never seen Cammy split this season, it's new to everyone out there. Middle of the map, just to the south of a lot of the POIs, basically right in the middle, which is better than a lot of the previous chapter because it was a bit more over to the east. So they have some really good rotations from this drop spot total.
So good. I love the big change up right now with the new map. We have a whole year of talking about this. It's so awesome. Now we got to change it up though. Another duo to throw your way, Noah Riley and Aqua, right? Now, some of you may remember Aqua from back in the day. He returned last season, was like, I'm back. I want to compete, and now he's back, but with Noah Riley, Reese?
Okay, look, I'm gonna use your questioning with Noah Riley. This is where things get interesting as well. You can see them in the Daily Bugle, which was the drop spot that Aqua originally has won a Cash Cup from, week number 2. But it wasn't with Noah Riley. It was actually with Stompy instead. And then after that, didn't manage to make a second round of the Cash Cup. Basically, Aqua won a Cash Cup, and then it just went pretty disastrously for the rest of the season so far up until this point, until last week where he switched up, played with Noah Riley, and actually didn't qualify for the Cash Cup either. So it didn't look like it was going to go well with this new duo. Noah Riley himself also struggled with teammates, struggled with playing with Seti, it didn't really work out that well then with Janice. So now they've come together, and it seems to be similarly in a way to Taste and Thomas HD, not the best in Cash Cups, but when it comes to FNCS, when it matters, they're just performing.
There is that little change, right? For some reason, it's just once there's that FNCS like in the tag, in the title, what they're competing for, it's just they're on, right? So I'm excited to see them compete today. Let's talk about some things like on-spawn fights, right? These head-to-head matchups we could be seeing here in round number 3. And of course, beyond, we got to start things off with Thomas HD going head-to-head against Bino. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about this, right? Covert Cavern is like pretty scary if you're not careful, if you're not aware of like how to actually play within it. So kind of talk me through this. How could this go?
So I'm gonna hit you up firstly. Firstly, why should you land here? Not how the fight gonna go first. Why should you land here? 40 chests, 18 henchman chests, which by the way are a 100% spawn rate. Remember, much higher than the normal one. 227 floor spawns, which is more than any other POI. Actually, double tilted towers, and then also the 2 guaranteed pads from the vault that's set there, which also gives you a ton of loot. So this is what these teams are trying to fight over.
Yeah, let me give you a little bit of history on this. I mean, Veno and Joe, they have done so well from the spot in Duo Cash Cup, right? They were contested by Janice and Noah in one of the weeks, and they absolutely demolished them. I mean, I love Janice and Noah. I think they were a great duo, but Veno and Joe, they're just built different in these fights, and they're very scary. But you got to be careful because Pink and Anas, they're creeping their way nearby. They do land on top of that mountain. If you look at Anas in some of these games, he's going to eliminate one of these players out the air, almost guaranteed with that insane aim.
I hope it happens, man. As much as I want everybody to be able to touch down, have a nice game where they can loot up, I'm kind of down for that, all right? If you got the skill to pull it off, let's just see it in these games. Another duo going head-to-head. Clement versus Fast Strokey. A little bit of a weird one. I don't know how I should be feeling about this one.
Yeah, I mean,
you should feel. Hold on, you should feel positive. I'm gonna do the same thing as we just did here because we've seen the teams that are set up. But again, why should they fight over it? What's the? Boop, tell me one word. What's the thing they're fighting over here?
Coolers.
Boxes. There we go. Not Aqua, cooler boxes this time indeed. There is an absolutely incredible amount of these which give you a ton of chug splash potentials, which basically allows you to late rotate, go into the zone, and you can see right there cars with the big wheel mods as well, so you can get great rotations too. So this is what they're fighting over.
I mean, you don't really need to fight Reese, let's be honest. I mean, as a guy who loves stack games, I mean, there's so many cooler boxes here. I have seen 4 teams, 5 teams land there, and not a single person fighting, and all of them come out with 16 billion splashes. It's a little bit ridiculous, but, you know, I expect these guys to be there to shoot at each other, but depending on the bus path, they're probably not going to fight in game 1 or game number 2, but maybe if they do need those eliminations towards the end of this final, then we'll see them fighting it out. We'll see.
We'll see, right? I think Lecce and Twilliam landing here as well is a little bit of like a wild card in some ways. Twilliam coming over from the Asia region, deciding I'm going to compete in Europe. Why not? Let's see how things go. Now, Reese hasn't quite put together anything substantial yet, but this is the first FNCS, right? We've got time.
And like Duos is a different game mode as well. You got to remember. So Lecce's a player that like so many of us are very fond memories of. You go back to a lot of the previous seasons, in particular in that trios season where he started obviously playing with Mr. Savage and Benji. It was a great season, and to be honest, not managed to find his footing since. So in Duos, playing with Swilliam and a lot of the Dream Hacks last year, it was really good, but they didn't manage to get super consistent placements. I hope like today this is the one for them.
I mean, and also Lecce, he's been one of the guys who's also had the duo shuffle. He's played with Sean VP, he's played with a variety of different players, just trying to find that perfect fit, but so far it hasn't worked out. He did play with Swilliam a little bit at the start of the season, played a ton of practice together, and then split off again, but now they're back together and they're stronger than ever. And, you know, we always love to see Lecce do well, so I'm rooting for him.
I like that. Now, earlier, right before we kind of talked about Corbin, you talked about Anas specifically and Pink. Let's just kind of go back to them for just a little bit here. We have a little bit of time, and I want to kind of dive into what we can expect from this duo in particular. You know, they do have this llama split, like you called. We're not going to name it anything crazy. We'll just keep it llama for now, but talk to me about this duo.
I mean, Pick and Anas, they do struggle. I mean, these are guys that don't really frag out in the late game. If you take a look at the open placement, 371st. Just by the skin of their teeth, they qualified for semifinals. And now to the finals, they did make it in pretty easily. But, I mean, these guys, they play height, they play passively. But, if you end up seeing them with a 2-elimination win, don't be surprised, because that's just the playstyle.
But on top of that, it's like they can get victory rounds. They can win games. In the 3 cash cups that they managed to make the round 2, they won 2 games in 2 of those. So they won 4 games out of the 3 kind of ones that they made. So huge potential to win games. So, but again, like that, you know, it's not going to be a 10 elimination win. Usually they're down the 3s and the 4s. So it's like for these guys trying to get up into like the first place, it's tough. But every time they get into a set lobby, they're in the top 10. So it's like top 8 here qualifies. So like these guys definitely have a huge potential too. But it's like, can they get first? They have to play in their A game.
Yeah, it's about evolving with the times, right? Keeping up with the meta as it develops. So we'll have to see. We're getting closer, though. Closer to jumping aboard that battle bus really quick. Let's touch on predictions, right? Which of these duos we think could end the day in one of those top 8 spots. Now, remember, because of trios, now we're changing it up. Duos means we're looking at your top 8. I've gone with Aqua and No Riley. I will always be a fan of Aqua. I will still think back to the summer skirmish when he decided to shockwave down and get a victory royale, and that will always be in my heart. Reese Hub, Hen, and Queasy.
Yes. Great team. Fantastic team. And you know what's even better is that they are on a tear this week. They won the Cash Cup. They came second on NA East. Haha, look at that region. EU better. They've been playing so good so far this week in particular. And obviously throughout the whole season. Third-party tournaments, Cash Cups, whatever it is, they're doing well. They have a great drop spot on the north side of Sleepy Sound. They seem to have it on complete lockdown. We'll see if that's actually true today or not. But generally, like, these guys are such a good pick to win.
What about you, Boop? Teeks and Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, I love my Polish boys. I mean, Cammy, Seti, Teek, they were one of my favorite trios. And now extending that on into duos, Cammy and Teek, they are just so ridiculously consistent. There's nothing more to say about that. If you take a look at the match history sometimes, you would not see any placement below top 10. And that's just the name of their playstyle. They're there in late game, mid-ground, fragging out. I love them.
100%. And also, look, let's be real. Shio and Levin, they're going Tayson, Thomas, HD. We've already talked about why they're so good. Would it be an FNCS broadcast without Levin hyping up Tayson? Like, I don't think so. I'm sure we'll hear plenty of it throughout the next 6 games as well, though.
It always happens, right? It's always like he jumps on the train, then he's like, you know what? No, Tayson's not doing well. Then it's literally the next game where Levin decides to say, look, Tayson, I don't think you're doing well, man. And then bam, Tayson's like, okay, Levin, my bad. I've been playing around the whole time. Let me go ahead and get a victory out. And then that's it. Levin's come full circle. He's like, yeah, I've never left. I always believed in Tayson. I get it. It happens. But you know what? It's about that time. So guess what? We're going to introduce you to our casters. You saw their names. It's Shy Wager. It's Levin 2K. They'll be with us for these 6 games. So friends, let's kick it over to you. Say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop. A fresh new desk for a brand new chapter of the FNCS. And with that being said, welcome to Duos. My name is Shy Wager, joined by the legend Levin 2K. And Levin, the atmosphere, the pressure for these players around this first qualifier is at an all-time high.
Yeah, it's high indeed, but you know what they say, pressure makes diamonds or it bursts pipes, and we'll see what these players are today. Look, I'm excited. I can't believe though, Boop thinks he's the most handsome person on their names will always come up. They've done really well in previous competitions, you know, running up to this one in the past week or so. And so I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to be able to come out when the pressure is highest, when players around them are all wobbly and shaky, and really step up.
Absolutely, and we've been watching teams throughout the whole last 12 months of Fortnite, even past that, even more. Now it's all about teammates, that synergy, just being dynamic and adapting to a lot of things happening. You know, you can get punished a little bit more inside the entire duels format. You're not gonna have the extra body to protect yourself when things go wrong or to amplify and capitalize on any plays you wanna make. That's a big difference too. But with that being said, games are almost underway in just a second. The big thing too, 50 different entities on the map, so many more things to worry about for a lot of players. A brand new map too, Levin, entirely. There's so much to expect for this FNCS.
Yeah, look, big adjustments, right? Big adjustments, a whole new map. If you haven't watched any Fortnite for a while, don't worry, we will get you through it, right? Explain everything to you, give you the whole rundown. I think the biggest thing, right, is going into end games, the fundamentals, who actually has those great dynamics. I think that's why Tayson and Thomas will always be big favorites, because the combinations between the two, beautiful, beautiful textbook stuff. And everybody has to try to get to that level or something there and thereabouts. So I'll be real, I'm super excited to see what plays out today.
Yeah, momentum still coming in. Joe and Vino first overall from that previous round. So many different players who just had, you know, maybe different meetings and different types of entire environments around them game to game. Now it's all the same players in the same game, and that game is about to start. It's game number 1 of EU in the first qual. Almost there in just a second. 6 total as well that'll be there too. I mean, Levin, it's just, it's nuts, right? Because when you look at just the entire section of Fortnite, when it comes to just elite level lobbies, right, the top 100, 6 games, it feels like a lot. They dwindle down really fast.
Yeah, you know, especially when, you know, considering the fact that we're playing for top 8, you know, you've got to have a couple games. Yeah, maybe you can allow yourself 1 or 2 games where things don't necessarily work out. But for the most part, you have to be on it game to game, and you have to be able to adapt game to game. Of course, right? There are always going to be these small tweaks that you have to make. You can see here on your screen, Tilted Towers, a POI that's come back. A couple teams going to be dropping there, right? How do you go game to game in terms of what areas you claim, how you cut off other teams? All these little micro things that will play into how the story develops over the course of the 6 games. And ultimately, things are in your hand as a player. You know, you can't leave things at the end of it and go, oh, I got unlucky here, I got unlucky there. You have to make your own destiny in that sense.
Yeah, and the destiny is formed by relationships, and when you look at relationships between teams, it's my favorite part of the FNCS, the beef, Levin. The beef. I love the off-spawn combat. I love, you know, just the stories throughout the season, and I feel like, you know, Boop and Reese touched on it a little bit with Zeke too. Covert Cavern overall, that's where things are about to get super heated. Launch pads, guaranteed to have no problems for the entire game, available over there, with 3 God Squads ready to go there too.
Yeah, and I think the dynamics between the way those fights play out will just be so mesmerizing all day long. Because, like you said, sometimes you get teams contesting at these big spots, but oftentimes you get a clear and obvious sort of distinction between the teams, right? You got a tier 1 team there, tier 2 team, a team that's sort of in the middle between them. All the teams that are landing Covert today are teams who you could see winning the whole thing today if things were to go well.
Absolutely, and there's different tiers before what happens between, you know, a desk towards the game starting. Right now, we'll throw it back to the desk. I got a little bit more to talk about before we get into that first game.
Appreciate you, Shy Wager, and of course, 11-2K. We're about to jump into game 1, but apparently people weren't ready. They didn't catch the battle bus. Things happen. It's okay. We're going to run this back. We're going to make sure everyone's accounted for on that battle bus, and then we're going to start off the competition. Great stuff, though. And I do like that these guys are kind of talking about the duos, the strategies to kind of prepare. So, like, let's kind of talk about the new mechanics here as we're kind of warming up the bus. Like, how much of this new loophole, these new mechanics and games, you guys think will kind of play a factor? I think, Reese, you recently made a video on, like, sliding, for example, right? And if you just kind of, like, looked at it at a glance, you'd be like, sliding, okay, it's, like, the same as walking, question mark? But it's not exactly, is it, Reese?
No, so sliding is a mechanic that I thought was going to be more utilized, and I think now is still completely underutilized when it comes to fighting specifically. So right now, if you start sliding down a slope, you're going to get increased movement speed. If you slide on flat ground, by the way, no increased movement speed. It just looks cool. That's about the height of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it can throw people off. But I mean, what I really was hoping for, though, was that people would end up using it in fights. They'd find good ways to phase into boxes, like I have. By the way, if you just slide and shoot a wall at the exact right time, you're going to phase straight into that person's box. Not seen it happen yet. If you come off of a launch pad, slide when you land, spray through someone's wall, you can go straight into their box. If someone does this, by the way, in a tournament, tag me on Twitter, because I've yet to see it in the 2 months the season's been out, and I said it when it came out. I was like, someone do this play, hit off a launch pad, slide, spray into someone's box, and pick up an elim.
I mean, there's Reese trying to farm Twitter followers again, but let's move on from that. I mean, I think sliding was, I think we all thought it was going to bring up the mechanical level of play, you know, even higher. I mean, there's a few people that have been practicing it, Vidil being one of them. He's been in the creative lobby, you know, trying to crank it out. Seti, also one of those guys that have been, you know, putting in the hours, you know, as a main type of last trios, now in duos as well. He's been putting in the hours to practice those sliding. If you definitely want to see that, then you should focus on those guys. But, you know, I don't think it's had the impact that we thought it would have. But it's a pretty cool mechanic, and I'm excited to see how, you know, you can sort of cut off people on mid ground and low ground with that mechanic now.
I still think yet. There's still time. That's
the
one of those things, but it's like
someone's going to figure it out.
Someone will figure out how to use it in fights, how to throw people off, because like at the start of like chapter 1, when people's building editing, like people were you know, like me and Zeke now, right? We're at that level, and then when the time has passed, people have gotten sufficiently better, obviously incredibly proficient at it, and I think sliding's gonna be the same thing. It's a new mechanic this chapter and this season just starting. Over this chapter, I think we're going to see an evolution that people get extremely proficient with it.
Yeah, I think that especially like kind of you're saying, right, with chapter 3, season 1 hitting, there's a brand new map that you kind of have to like forget everything from previous like chapter 2, right? You have to just kind of wipe that away from your memory and say like, I have to learn all of these new areas, these new POIs, these new rotational patterns, where people can be, loot chests, like all this new stuff, right? So I think we haven't seen sliding quite yet come online, but I do have faith, right? Like I do think once one person does it, kind of like to your point, Reese, everyone else will see it and go, oh, like, yeah, sorry about that. Like we just, I was trying to really learn my drop spot and make sure that I didn't lose here, but I'm going to start doing that at my drop spot, and then I definitely won't lose. You know, we'll see. We'll have to see. Now, really quickly, I just wanted to touch on the prize pool here in Chapter 3, Season 1. Now, remember, this is the prize pool going into the finals, so 2 weeks from now. Take a look at this prize pool out of Europe. $1.3 million. Just rounded up to 1.4. I don't know why. NA East, I mean, Brazil, NA West, Asia, Middle East, OCE. This is a global competition, boys. And this is a lot of prize money here in Europe.
Yeah, it's a lot of moolah, a lot of dosh,
$3 million.
dashed out. And obviously, remember, this is just specifically for the final. So right now, the top 8 teams that qualify through will get to play for this prize pool in the finals. That's what we're looking at once we eventually get these these queuing issues sorted and we're in the game. That is what you're going to be looking at in the leaderboards. The top 8 will get to play for this in 2 weeks' time.
Yep, and that is definitely what you want to do, because the new semifinal system and the heat system is so tough to get through. I mean, that is a lot of money just to be playing for, and you don't want to risk it playing the heat system because it's a little bit RNG for you, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, placing in that top 8, right? Like, if you can start just this first qualifier and hit that top 8 and just guarantee that you're going to finals, you're at least, like, locking in some amount of prize money, right? You're going to get some amount for just going to finals, and then you have to start thinking about strategies and how you can aim for that top spot. Now, of course, as I like to talk about a lot, you don't even need to win, right? Just coming in, like, top 5, you're going to see a massive jump in prize money, and that's going to get you a brand new PC, a brand new car, a brand new chair, lots of brand new things, all the snacks you could ever desire. I mean, there's a lot to play for. Now, guys, I want to toss to this real quick. Let's talk about a brand new POI that came back recently. Was recently defrosted. You know, it's Tilted Towers. Have you guys heard of Tilted Towers, Reese?
Never. This is a new POI to me. I've never heard of this place. Sick POI, honestly. Like, center map, it has I think the highest amount of chests total, so 57 chests in here, 198 floor spawns, tons of slurp barrels. It basically has everything you need. One of the most important parts of it is there's 20 safes, which is kind of crazy, but I mean, most of the time there's not as big of utilization for gold unless you're going to Greasy, but 32 produce boxes. This is what's really important, so you can always get a ton of peppers. Because there's just so much loot, like, teams are usually able to split this pretty well. Like, we've seen Kinzel the Siptos go here alongside Benji and Mr. Savage, who unfortunately haven't managed to make it here today, so we'll have to see who ends up qualifying through. From just quickly looking at the map, it seems to be Resac Liam, which obviously I'm a big fan of. Appears to be going there when I look at the drop map, so great POI.
I mean, it's a little bit of a tough spot, though, to play out, especially when you have this many people landing in there. I mean, it's so open. You're sort of dived in within that spot. It's a big horde. It's basically very similar to Daily Bugle, I would say. There's a lot of POIs nearby. There's people that can third-party it for free, and you just got to be a little bit careful. So I'm expecting a lot of these guys to be splitting Tilted a lot of the time. You have so much loot, like Reese mentioned, that you don't need to be fighting. I mean, that's what I'm saying every single time. Everyone should just split the spot. We should have 99 people surge, 100 people surge, and then my heart will be happy.
I mean, that would be cool. That would be sick. But I think you nailed on a really important point there, was the fact that people can rotate in early, right? There's like the loot lake up above it, which has a ton of teams land there. Right now, it seems like we've got 3 teams, and there's the 7 outpost that's up to the northeast that has the rifts in it. I think Stena and Raid are landing there. So if they're smart, they can loot that quickly. They can rotate through to the hills that are on the outside and just get some really easy sturge tags. Just bang, bang, bang on all the players. So 3 teams who seem to be landing in Tilted right now.
Yeah, super enticing POI. I just avoid it, man. For me, it's too high skill. I will just absolutely get bodied. It's not even competition. I'm just a walking 50 pot. I just don't even go there. I do like the big change that we have seen from Chapter 3 Season 1 is that there's a lot more map space available, right? We kind of saw this in Chapter 2. A lot more trios at that time felt like they had to go to these named POIs, right? If they really wanted to secure a proper split, they had to kind of make these higher risk, high reward plays. But with this new map, it's way more open. There's a lot of these little houses, these little loot paths all around the map where you can just land and you can just say like, okay, I know this is us right here. And at minimum, I know I can open a handful of chests, and then we can start kind of coming up with a plan with what's next. Is there any that you guys have that are like, you think might be slept on? Maybe you're like, yo, this one place is real good.
I mean, obviously, firstly, the Cami split that we mentioned earlier, where Cami in the puddle pond right in the center of the map. That spot is absolutely fantastic. Funnily enough, it's difficult to name exactly where these are because they're split, right? They cover such a huge amount of area. But one team who's been doing really well in a split is Lucia and Fury. Who's been doing really well in the 7 outpost that's just the southwest of Greasy Grove. They managed, I think it was like 3rd or 4th in the previous round, just doing super well out of there. Frey's team's actually contesting them right now. So these kind of 7 outposts that have the rifts, that have the vault, if you can manage manage to get a couple other chests from some of the surrounding areas, you can definitely get yourself a good enough loot pool. Usually you'll need around like 7 chests per person, and you can definitely manage to do that in a ton of the looting path, mainly because it's duos, not necessarily just because of the map on itself as well.
Yeah, and the one that I think is slept on a lot is Jones's. I mean, there's not that many good teams that land there, but there are a decent amount of cooler boxes that you do have those. You know, it's pretty small loot. You know, you have a very quick area to rotate past. You can loot it very, very quickly, rotate away for it. You can even get a piece of the south side near Condo Canyon. There's so much potential there for activity. But, you know, you have Kiko and Marsh right there against Mixon and Rakshis in this final. So it's going to be spicy. But I think Kiko and Marsh, they've been doing super, super well. You know, the guys from Portugal, very, very underrated. They've been slept on. I'm expecting them to do well on spawn. I have not seen them lose a spawn fight yet. Maybe I jinxed them.
Maybe, yeah, the caster curse is very real.
I'm new to this, sorry.
It happens. Guys, super quick, what I want to talk about now is like this trio to now duo. Like for me, I like to try and think about this in like the terms of like everyone kind of sharing power, right? Like in our situation, there's 3 of us. So if we engage in trios, if I was to be eliminated, we still have like 66% of our power, right? In Reese and in Boop.
I mean, with us 3, it'd probably be like 95.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's all in Boop. He's got all the power. But when you're looking at like a duo, right? If one of your duos does fall, that's 50% of your power now gone. And then you're stuck in this 1v situation while also trying to like maintain your downed friend, right? If they've not full confirmed him, they're still down but not out, and they're kind of crawling around, and then they're kind of putting you in a position where you're like, okay, if I go for the revive, I'm playing into their hands, right? So how do you guys feel like duos should be approaching this kind of shake-up, right?
Oh, I think, the thing I love about duos now is the clutch potential. In trios, like you mentioned before, if you're a solo, you're going up against 3 people. If you're a solo, you could be going up against 2 people. But now in duos, you're going to be a solo, and, you know, there's a bunch of solos running on the late game, and we're going to see a lot of very exciting clutches coming out. I mean, we saw, Anas in the qualifiers. I mean, this guy absolutely popped off as a solo. He got like 70 points by himself. So, you know, those are the moments that I live for. Those solo clutches, you know, you don't need to revive your teammate. You know, that guy's not important. As long as you have that confidence and you can, you know, go throughout the late game and you have a Spider-Man in your hand, I think you get top 5 pretty easy.
Definitely, and you can't talk about clutches without talking about Thomas HD, right? Yeah. It's like he's made for this mode for duos to pop off, and the problem is honestly that Tayson just probably won't be eliminated that often, so we're not going to see a Thomas HD pop off. Like the way that I like to look at this usually is the fact that most of the best teams in duos are almost like shadowing each other. You know, they're staying super close to each other. Whoever's leading is that going to be player opening it. He's looking one direction. The player behind him is acting like a shadow, looking exactly the same way. If they tarp, he's going to follow too. So a lot of the times these clutch potentials can happen, but a lot of times just when you see a big spray coming onto that first person, he goes down quickly and it's like, right, Thomas HD, it's your time now, let's go.
I mean, I think it's a good thing that you mentioned the spraying as well. I mean, this meta is very, very tough to play as duos. I mean, we have very high fire rate weapons with the MK7 and the Stinger SMGs. I mean, these guns, if you're in a bush and there's someone looking at you, you are gone within a second. So you got to be very, very careful in these situations. To not, you know, you got to cover your back. You got to be careful. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of solo clutches today, for sure.
Yeah, and I think, like, utilization of an armored wall becomes even more important in endgame, right? Like, usually if someone in endgame is down to wood, it's like, this is the flashing signs, right? It's like, this guy has no materials. He does not have much. This is a free elimination. This is free points right here. So once you're down to that wood, like, utilizing those armored walls is super efficient to try and keep yourself away from focus from, say, a high team,
easier to spray
from a low
when
ground
you're just
team,
left
especially
with
if you're on,
wood.
like, the dead side of the zone.
Because you can't really
on the wall,
farm
cover the majority
in-game.
angles and be totally fine. So it's like, there are a ton of counters in there when it comes to endgame, but hard to play.
I love that too, because when you think about it, right, like if you have none of these armored walls and you're able to like eliminate another duel rather that has not utilized them, because again, these are so pivotal, right? They can just buy you this massive window of survivability. And it's always like, do I use it now? Like, is it that time? Or maybe if I just wait this additional minute to make sure I can get this high ground, I can use it to secure something later. And it is that very like high risk, high reward, right? If you burn it too soon, you're going to get sprayed. Or maybe the storm moves away and you just don't get to utilize it at all. But at the same time, if you save it and you're like looking for that perfect opportunity, that opportunity may never present itself. So a lot of that is we're going to see these like kind of back and forth. It's always this constant mind game that I love to see in Fortnite specifically. And to kind of touch on like the speed, right? Like the TTK, the time to be eliminated, so to speak. I like the speed. TTE, good. There we go.
Come on.
I like the. I'm trying, man. I'm keeping up. I'm doing my best. All right. I'm so old now. It just happens. The time to be eliminated is so much shorter, right? In the past, we've seen things like you walk around a corner with your pump shotgun out, you do 200, and that's it. The player's gone, right? And that's it. They can't even really like react. Now with this high-speed meta, a lot of these players, they're gonna get beamed, but if you react quick enough, you can still catch yourself, right? You can still put up any kind of defenses or move away, hide behind these corners. So I'm curious to get your thoughts on the MK7 and the SMG. You guys talked about it, and I want to kind of dive into this subject. Specifically, let's start with the MK7. Red dot side, right? Brand new to Fortnite, completely changes things up. If you've not played with it, you need to hop into Fortnite and check it out. It's crazy, but one in particular, there's one that's the most deadly, and it's that mythic MK7, Reese.
Yeah, and right now it's in Sanctuary, right? You have to manage to get yourself through the foundation, the rock. He's going to try and rock bottom you, whatever he can do to get you out and to get himself. Oh, he clutches on that. But right now it's Wolfie and Mr. J who are landed. There seems to be uncontested. They're going to manage to get the mythic MK7 to themselves. Like, the fire rate on this thing is absolutely nuts. It kind of, I almost want to say the downside of it is the fact that it uses so much ammo. And in this season, the fact that ammo boxes are a lot rare means that like there's not as much spray potential once you're just holding that thing down, because a lot of the times both players won't have an AR. But that's the Stinger SMG comes in the other port.
I mean, I have to be honest. I think I've had that gun maybe twice. All the other times I've gone to the Sanctuary in order to get that MK7. Let's not talk about it. I mean, the rock is kind of ridiculous, and you might see some players go down today to that NPC. I mean, there is a way to do that for those of you that don't know. If you go up very high and use a harpoon, then you can eliminate the rock with fall damage. Such a weird sentence to say. I don't think I've ever...
Like, they don't even call him the foundation, they just call him the rock.
Imagine like you look to yourself like 3 years ago and you're like,
he's
look,
not
you're
the
going to be
rock.
talking about eliminating the rock.
The rock.
On a
rock is just his, like,
3 years time from now.
It's every man's dream. But, I mean, yeah, those are one of the ways you can do it. But a lot of people, you know, you're going to be very exposed if you're building up there in order to eliminate the rock from fall damage. So you're going to be exposed to other people. I've seen a lot of people fall with fall damage. It's a bit of a scary spot. Going through to the Stinger SMG that you mentioned, Zeke, I mean, that gun is going to be the primary loadout in almost every single player's. I mean, we've seen a sort of a difference of players' loadouts. We've seen aggressive duos using Stinger SMG and MK7 together. We've had a few people try to use the Striker shotgun together with an SMG, but it's easier to just jump to a box with an SMG than to hit someone with a shotgun in the face. So I think we're going to see a lot of SMGs. Endgame is going to be very, very loud.
Yep.
Let's hope so. That's what I live for. Really quickly, I'm getting word from the old bus driver. They're letting us know that we're going to redo game number 1 because not all of the duos made it in. We're just going to scrub that game. We're going to make sure that everyone can get in, and we'll play 6 matches today so we won't miss out on any of the action. We have a little bit of time here before we can jump on the battle bus, which just means we get to pick Reese and Boop's brains, man. They're so good at this. They know how to break this all down. Let's backtrack, right? Let's go back to this list of our qualified players. We have 50 duos competing here in round number 3. This is just qualifier number 1. Now, we've talked about a few of these names here, right? We highlighted them, we kind of zero in on them. But let's talk about some of these other names that we haven't necessarily talked about. You've got someone like Scram in Ref's Guard, right? Scram going, let's go there in the intro of the show. He was super hype. How are you feeling about this duo coming into the competition today?
I mean, they're one of 2 duos who have been playing together since World Cup, right? They've been together for the longest time. Obviously, they were together in trios for a bit. They ended up splitting up after a while, but now they're back together in duos. You know, honestly, like, the performances so far this season haven't been amazing. You know, I'm not going to lie. They haven't been through the roof. Not a single round 2 qualified of the Cash Cups. So it's like, you know, there hasn't been huge performances from them specifically, but they're doing well in FNCS. They're a super experienced team. So potentially this is their time to shine.
Yep. And the 2 teams that I actually want to look at here is Gambit 2 and Sputrik and Mustache and Malabuka. Now, these guys both land at Camp Cuddle together, so we're going to see some spicy things going on there. But you got to be a little bit careful because, you know, these are 2 very aggressive duos. They're going to butt heads, but we have seen them sort of split it sometimes as well, though. So I wonder if they're going to try to play aggressively with each other, but more than likely, we'll just see them wait for each other and then rotate away from each other.
Yeah, I think another super important top pick here would be Stormy Wright and Kiriachi. You can see in the middle, second down there, landing in Logjam Lumberyard. Now, these guys have been contested off spawn the majority of times by sometimes it's Seti's team who is there with Chapix, who unfortunately hasn't qualified today. Sometimes it's Churiki and iDrop, and these fights go back and forth. But today they have this drop spot all to themselves. So they're looking really strong off spawn. Again, these guys are both FNCS champions, Chapter 2 Season 7 trios alongside two at the same time, who obviously Boop just mentioned here. They are super experienced when it comes to FNCS. They are super good duos. I remember Kiriachi all the way back in Chapter 2 Season 2 was an absolute top player back there, someone to be feared at the time. And hey, an entire chapter later, same thing's happening.
It'd always be like that, right? Once a terror, always a terror, always a menace to the lobby. It just be like that in Fortnite, man. Now, we do have a little bit of time here to hang around with as we prepare for the battle bus. We're kind of finding our seats. We'll be last aboard, of course, with Shywage Unlimited Pay. But until then, you guys got to check this out. We put together this piece called Storm Chasers. It's testing these players' ability to predict where the storm is going to go. And, of course, we have to give them points so that one of them can be the winner. Oh, yeah, what else? What more do you want? Let's check this out.
Okay. A bit left to Sleepy Sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay. This is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shafts Mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
Let's say
make sure this links to the correct website.
A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a central location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a central location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be Shifty, but it will be somewhere around Shifty. I was thinking Logjam, so it's going to pull in. I think it's going to be somewhere around Logjam, in between Shifty and Logjam.
Good.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center.
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice. He's going to go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay, yeah.
That's 2 points, nice.
Yeah.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky. Okay, so a bit right to the lake south side. Yeah, there. Yeah, there it's good.
I don't know, I feel like a little greasy zone. Yeah, like on the hill right under greasy, like that. Yeah.
Under greasy, there's like a group of trees under greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say Tilted or Rocky Rails, but I've been showing up last one picking Tilted, so I'll pick Rocky Rails. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
It goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No, so far off.
Okay. We're not going to be in next then, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
There you have it. Their ability to predict the storms, pretty dang good. And of course,
I was going to say the opposite. All right, okay.
I was trying to be nice about it, Reese. Come on, man.
Look, we're sitting here in the back. We got them all wrong anyway, so we're just.
I didn't even try. I was like, you know what? There's no way. I would have already been eliminated. I would have touched on the ground, opened one chest, and already been eliminated. It just happens that way. You hate to see it, but it'd be what it be. Fortnite fans, if you're just tuning in and you're like, what's going on here? Shouldn't we be in game number 1? We did begin game number 1, but not everyone was aboard the battle bus. So we're scrapping that game, starting another 6 ahead of us just to make sure everyone can get into those games. It's all fair and even. and we're about to get ready to jump in just a few minutes from now. Also, don't forget Legends Landing. You guys seriously have to go check this out. We had an incredible team come in, create a competitive island for us to hang out in and watch FNCS together. There's, I mean, all kinds of incredible things there. There's a super dope battle bus in the middle with a giant Llamatron. I mean, there's all these games that you can win and compete against each other, glows to purchase. So many incredible things to check out. So please, just take a couple minutes out of your day. Go check it out. I promise you will not be disappointed. Now, with that being said, we do have about a minute before we jump on the bus and then we begin the competition. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? There's a few things I feel like I want to kind of touch on, but you know, Boop, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to come to you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw you right into the fire, my friend. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I'm not going to go too analytical. I'm just going to say this to the players. The reason why the battle bus didn't go is because you guys didn't thank the bus driver. I saw a statistic on Twitter before. About 30% of players actually thank the bus driver in Grand Royale. I mean, obviously this guy's not going to do his job well, so you guys need to thank the bus driver. Otherwise, you're just going to get left behind.
I hope you realize I'm going to be laser focused, eyes straight on that feed, seeing who is, who isn't. This time, I think, you know what, we've got the best of the best stats man behind of Prodigy. I think we need to actually see exactly who hasn't thanked the bus driver and, you know, deduct some points.
Punish them.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. There you go from the analytical minds of Reese Hub and Boop. Make sure you thank the bus driver. They are constantly working day in and day out, chauffeuring 100 players per match times whatever the number of matches are all happening at the same time globally. The least you could do is just give them a little thank you, just a little, you know, hey, appreciate you. We appreciate what you do. I'm going to jump off and go get myself a victory. Boy, ow. All right, but you guys know what that means. It's time. We got 2 minutes before we jump in, so we got to jump back over. We got 11-2K, we got Shy Wager. They're going to break down what they're excited about as we prepare for the games. And then we kick off the competition. Back over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop. That was some encyclopedic knowledge, a bookshelf worth of just facts there, Levin. That's like impressive, first of all, to hold it down.
It's been a while. It's been a couple of months. It has been quite a while since we've had games of this level. And so, yeah, I just want to dive right into it. I'll be honest, I didn't know those bus driver statistics. I just don't thank the bus driver. Look, that's his job, mate. What? You know, I'm sorry. Look, I'm that guy. I'm not thanking the bus driver.
I mean, I guess that's why I win more games than you, and that's just how it goes. You got to be polite to make sure you get a delightful win at the end of the day. But puns aside, you know, the game number one, we talked about the importance a little bit of it right before, you know, the last time we were on Stream 11. Having a good start, how much does that mean to a player's mental? You've scrimmed with some of these players in the past. How does the vibe, you know, kind of change up?
Yeah, look, you want to start how you mean to finish. I think the big thing is certain players, you know, very young guys, you know, players who are still maturing, they can allow it to get to them sometimes, right? And you don't want to let that throw off your rhythm. A lot of these players, not a lot of these players, all of these players were just playing not too long ago, right? And so if you have your rhythm, if you're feeling good, you don't want to allow one bad start to off-rail that and really affect your chances of being able to make it to the finals. So first game doesn't go your way, look, you got time to reiterate, think about what went wrong, and go back again in the second.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different ways to analyze it all. And I like the fact that you bring up rhythm. You know, there's definitely an ebb and flow inside the game. I feel like sometimes I'm just watching music while, you know, these players are running around the entire map. But that first song is almost starting, and there'll be 6 in total to go. You know, what point threshold there is, so many different questions that'll all happen after we see who gets that first victory royale. The end games have kind of been changed to be a little bit longer. We got Spider-Man's Web Gauntlets as well to make sure mobility is insane for every team if they have them. And then, of course, all the POIs around the map have changed as well. So many brand new things in this FNCS, and the most important is that it's duos. If you haven't watched in a hot minute, if you missed the last season, the Grand Royale, well, don't worry, it's game 1 and it's starting right now.
Here we go,
ladies and gentlemen, we are back. FNCS qualifier 1, round 3. 50 duos, 8 spots, 2 excited casters. Shayo, there is nobody I'd rather spend this moment with than yourself, so I can't wait to get right into it.
Absolutely, likewise, my friend. You can see the entire map has switched up. We have the desert, we got some snow, some grass on the field, but most importantly, new spots, power players. You can see on the right side, Thomas HD, Vino as well on the bottom right, who just won this last round. The best performance that we saw, for the best drop that Thomas on the top right is flying to is Covert Cavern, guaranteed. Somewhere else beside Thomas in will have the majority of the loot to rock with at the very start. I like Thomas on any team, by the way. A new duo. You might see him playing last year in different trios and cash cups. He changes everyone's dynamic to always be the first step. He's always there before and making the first move before his opponents. That's why I feel like he's so powerful and why he likes that sniper rifle so much as well.
Yeah, it's been a long time in terms of Tayson in this duo, right, where he's had to sort of lead someone with him, and who better to lead than Thomas, right? You know, you give this guy an inch and he will take a mile, and so with the vault also available to them, right, even if you aren't the team actually at Covert that initially gets the key card and opens the vault, there's so much loot in there that duos will just roll in afterwards, and it's going to be, you know, really, really easy for you to find yourself a cheeky amount of shields and loot as well. So really, really nice so far. Pink actually going to get the reboot, but he's going to try to get away.
And did you see that? That's insane. That's a new mechanic. I'll explain in just a second. But Pink almost getting an us up. Thomas HD did not have a line of sight on Pink right there. He shot a tree behind him. Some trees actually fall down like logs and end up doing damage, displacing enemies. And because of this awesome lumberjack type action, Pink has now gone into a completely different game. He was about to be with a teammate up, ready to loot again. One chop of a tree, one block, and now he's just gone.
Yeah, and I'll be real to you, Pink. It's not great. If you want to be able to call a spot Pink split, you got to really, you know, be able to put in the work there. He takes down Snazy there, which is obviously going to be nice, but wasn't able to get his teammate Anas up. There will still be time to do that in this lobby, but initially here, Pink and Anas not getting off to the brightest of starts.
Thomas and Tayson, though, they're looking really good, just racking up all the show possible as well. Chuck Splashes, if you guys have been keeping up with the content that Fortnite Competitive has been putting out, you will know that splashes have kind of spread around the entire map now. It's not just Slurpee and a few set POIs that have them. It's the majority of the map now that can kind of benefit from the free metal, from the free shield as well. And as a result, every player has a lot more minis to work with, and they need the extra boost. A lot of the time, Levin, if you were watching round 2, these games end up with 40 alive in like the second last zone still. Like it's going crazy. No one wants to go down. It seems like people are fighting for their life, and it's just the quals.
Look, people understand what's on the line, right? An opportunity to play in that finals is huge, and so making it through those games was tough. You know, some players might even find that these games are a bit easier than those, if anything, with just how intense those got. So look, we'll see how these games sort of stack up in terms of players left alive as we get to those later zones. But yeah, round 2 was really, really difficult.
Yeah, let's specify the line though. What do these players need to do? What are they shooting for to make the finals?
Honestly, right, in terms of getting that top 8, you want to make sure that you are consistent across these next 6 games, right? You know, we've talked about certain teams being very aggressive, certain teams maybe not being able to get as many eliminations as they'd like. Ultimately, it comes down to who's going to make these end games, who's going to rack up them points when it matters. And it's no easy task. There's many different routes and paths you can take towards doing that, but that's where you want to be. You want to be in those end games, get into 5th zone and be...
going down, unfortunately. But, you know, it just seems like a lot of teams are now in a different spot entirely and get to play their games out with a fresh new set of stakes.
Yeah, Gogos and Eclipse will take out Lecce and Trillium. That is not ideal. Lecce, one of the fan favorites, you say, in the competitive community around Europe, but off to a mediocre start right now out of Chonkers. It's going to be difficult, right? You know, Boop in the pre-show talks about how some of these POIs you don't necessarily have to fight, and that's true, right? If everybody has that mutual understanding, but as soon as somebody steps on your toe, you know, you got to respond, you got to retaliate, and unfortunately, Lecce wasn't able to there, so they will be back to the lobby. Cami, Seti, and Teak, this is really interesting. Of course, they have access to a Whiplash vehicle from their spot, and the reason why it's so great is because you can see how they're just able to traverse so much land in such quick time, get all the way across the map if necessary. Of course, the Whiplash allows you to boost as well if you need to really go the distance. And this is something this is just, you know, basic competitive Fortnite mechanics. You can see he's picking up the fireflies, right, to, you know, hit the trees, make sure that they burn down. It means just more lines of sight, more vision, more opportunities to get yourself some surge tags. Just basic fundamentals there, but if you're at home and you're trying to get a bit better, something to pick up on.
Absolutely. Now we'll see a little bit of aggression coming through. Tooth on the back foot. Fusak actually pushing up, but this is the danger of trying to engage from a fight from such long range. A third party from the right side actually makes their entire push just turn into a vortex of shots. Now Future and Tooth have a little bit of that high ground, can't turn around, middle of a match, just hold them down. This is just unfortunate, already burning through those splashes. It seems like a little bit of an all-in already. The loadout from Tisa not looking good here on the top right. Putrick is looking high and mighty, though. He's fine, just waiting this out.
Yeah, this is one of them situations where Tooth and Putrick do have the advantage up above. They can put the pressure on, and it's going to be really hard for Resac and Teeson to actually put on a contest here. But they're going to play the waiting game, and they have time. They're in zone. No need to rush. No need to make any rash decisions. But it's going to be difficult here. Of course, you can see Putrick Tooth going to continue to farm loot up. They've not got their full loadout set. Going to need to get some materials as well. Putrick struggling in that department, but in the meantime, they've got to worry about the players below them.
This is not the worst spot to just kind of base up and chill for a moment. Will be shared on both sides in terms of just making sure each team can stay alive in this building, and a good vantage point for Putrick more than most. Right now with Anakin 7, he can just look out at anyone who really wants to, take a few tags here and there. Andy with a pick up in the feed as well. So fights are still breaking down across the map, but this is where things start to might get a little bit slower overall. You want to make sure you're not making too many mistakes. You're talking about that loot level. I don't think Putrick can afford to take trades right now. You just need to land shots and be careful, because that shield amount is not that high. If that goes lower, the mat count is not that high either. There's not much left to farm until they actually get into an engagement down below. They're kind of stuck. It doesn't look like it in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, you know, you really want to be on much higher amounts of materials than 17 builds, which is what Putrick's on. So, you know, I wouldn't say you start hitting the panic button, but they have to start thinking of a plan. How are they going to get their material count up? Because if you get to endgame, that's all good and well, but if you can't get there with some good resources, you know, it's going to be a dire situation. You can see here, zone pulling towards the south. Rocky Reels just in, Greasy Grove just in, and all those players north going to start making their way down. Noah Riley and Aqua, one of those teams that will have to make that rotation at some point, and you can see them starting to make their way on now.
Yeah, this is like the part where I love watching Aqua the most. Whenever the zone goes into this little crunch style, right? Actually going a little bit more central, not going towards one of the biggest sides of the hemisphere of the zone. You don't have to go right or left. Everyone just needs to move in. Aqua ends up getting some crazy positions. From that point where sometimes, you know, Levany makes that call, let's just, you know, go height. Let's just forget everything and try to go for a main objective, no matter how risky it is. Before that, though, this is where I think he's the most cerebral. Him and Noah Riley are going to be moving in ways no other team really can. I'm curious to see exactly where they choose to set up and why they do. With 75 players still alive, more importantly, 38 teams, it's going to be pretty tight in terms of where they can actually, you know, just make a castle.
And you can see they're not white lining the zone, right? They are going, you know, further south towards the southeast, and you know, that's a conscious effort to actually go out there and make sure they have good positioning away from a lot of the players in the lobby. You can see here some fights going on in the zone. This is the stuff that gets rough, guys. You know, it's not easy going for everybody in the lobby. You can find yourself in those sticky situations outside of the safe zone, and you saw right there what can happen. It doesn't work out well a lot of the time.
Talked about a little bit as well, Mustache and Malabuka, who, yeah, I kind of agree with Reese's take in terms of one of the most impressive teams that we've seen this entire season. If you look at Cash Cup placements, if you just look at the synergy these guys are rocking in with, it seems like every Cash Cup has a little bit of a different theme. Sometimes it's a little bit more Elam heavy, sometimes the zones are kind of strange for everyone. No matter what the problem is, though, Mustache, Malabuka, they're there to adapt, and they look really good. Pink and Anasto, in this instance, still stuck all the way in covert. Joe and Vino, it seems like everyone that's been pressured by Thomas and Tayson is left behind in the storm or having trouble bringing their way back into the game.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about how Covert has so much loot that, you know, you can come back at any point and find something, but, you know, we're starting to get a bit extreme here. Of course, you know, these guys will have a long way to go in terms of getting out, but there are vehicles available, and we'll expect them to start making those moves now. Pinkin and Nas, Joe and Vino, both two great teams, right? Two very interesting teams. Joe and Vino actually won round 2. That was just before this, so they'll be looking to try and, you know, match that momentum, keep that pace up. It's a bit of a rocky start. We saw off spawn, they got out-dropped by Tayson and Thomas, which isn't great ever. But unlike most people that go up against Tayson and Thomas, they were able to get out of it alive.
And you'll notice too, if you're watching a bunch of these teams in Storm, there's a hissy noise. Your headset's not broken, your speakers are fine. It's MedMist, which is a new addition to the season. It helps a lot of teams who like to have that little bit of zone play, especially in the early game, able to do that and then move that much more as well. It makes your scouting a lot better. It lets you get these items, do the strats that Levin's talking about, especially in the end game as well. You can stay active, follow your teammate, which is one of the most important things, especially in duos. If you get lost, it's not like you have an extra support team to kind of latch onto. You have to really stick side by side with your team. You can dip in and out of the zone at full speed with the mist. So it's a huge addition. Joe will choose to use it at the start just to bolster up, as Levin mentioned, an unfortunate drop that got beat by Tayson and Thomas. And then now they're looking good inside the zone.
And we're seeing the effects of having that scuffed early game, right? You know, of course they are above on Surge, which is, you know, great positive, but you look at the loot, you look at the materials, in terms of a pathway to winning out this game, things get really difficult, right? This isn't going to be the easiest of journeys for them. At every stage in the game, they're going to be thinking, okay, how can we win this game with what we've got? If they're looking at that right now, there ain't many avenues. So where they go to farm, of course, you can see some brick here that they will definitely take at any opportunity, but plenty more still to be done. And of course, they've got teams ahead of them in the zone trying to hold them back as well.
And imagine if, like, players could see the mat count that people have, like, especially in their zone. If people knew how many mats Joe and Vino had right now, they would not be allowed. Too short to go on the ride for this moment. No rally Aqua. Look at this, bro. We blinked for what? A minute and a half? And they're at a god spot that shouldn't exist. Like, is this allowed? Do we have to have like a handicap on anyone Aqua plays with? Like, it doesn't matter what org he's on, doesn't matter what's going down. There's people who surge around him though. This is gonna be kind of insane. No rally on the different side. This man's an expert fighter though. They're just letting this other team simmer. Just absolutely swelter in the heat. And now it's Scram who's in trouble. Ref's guard below him. Aqua finally safe. And Noah Riley is about to go on the attack.
Yeah, Aqua did a good job there to just hold them off. He knows that those are two players that don't have many options in terms of time, and so Ref's guard and Scram will go down. It's a shame to see them fall, one of the longest standing duos we see in this lobby. They had literally played the last 2 FNCS with each other, which was years ago now, so they go down in this first game, but Noah Riley and Aqua doing a really good job there. Teams often overplay those situations, right? You know, a team around you, you know, is fighting for Surge, and you give them what they want. You give them the fight. These guys did brilliantly there just to hold them off, let the time tick down. And now, on their journey to winning this first game, things are looking pretty good. Matt's looking good. Surge dealt with. And Spider-Man Mythic in hand as well, which we know how good these can be when it comes to those moving zones.
Absolutely, it's a full 10 charges of them too. So take a look at a little bit of the Storm fights, or Storm Surge fights, excuse me, that were happening. This is the specific one we just watched. Scram, so much in the inventory still. Everything ready, unfortunate for him. Tiachi's going in as well with Pixie. Unfortunate here too. It just seems like they're so close to having a little bit of an in at the end of the day, but it's just not possible. And that'll happen to so many teams around. This is insane though. 2 big predictions, 2 big teams that everyone wants to be doing well. Cammy and Teak head to head with Hen and Queasy 11. I do not want these guys to fight this early.
Yeah, this is not a fight a lot of people want to see so early on. 2 of the strongest teams in this lobby, if we're being real, right? If you're looking at just the who's coming into this with the biggest hearsay, these 2 are the teams that you would say.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the Jenga tower structure of this game right now, they're under pressure. Joe and Vino, who we saw before, who are also under pressure, go down. The first place team from the last round is not going to be around for this first game.
Yeah, we got to be careful. Cammy and Teak going down. Heartbreak for both, wouldn't it?
Not only that, I mean, it kind of changes the way the whole lobby plays. Teak and Cammy, if you guys have watched any of these players play, specifically even Teak in duos in DreamHack from last year, right? This man owns, like, he claims the space that he's on, right? He's a very active force, a loud man on the low ground. And, you know, if he's not around, that'll give a lot of people more room. If he is, though, 11, that's where things get freaky.
Yeah, these guys are great, right? Cammy, probably been the best player so far in this new chapter in terms of just solo and duo performances. As you can see here, Andy, definitely looking good, right? Of course, again, got that Spider-Man mythic like we talked about. And they've already gotten 6 eliminations in this game. Most points of anybody else in the lobby, so already some take on anybody. They don't care that it's a lobby filled with phenomenal players. They just want to come in and get some points.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only them, you know, looking hot with the elims. They look hot in general. Look at the left-hand POV real quick. Something I want to update you with. Those numbers usually mean nothing. They're just like, you know, what the team came in with and might be a team tag for them. This is now a specific live leaderboard type thing you can see. Those glowing lights from the sky, the number 1 besides the Andy and Z-Cloud right now, are showing you that they're the first place team so far in the lobby. Not every other team can see that. It's just for our POV. It's just for everyone back home that's watching. And with these elims, that is why. That's why they're so far ahead. Everyone around them, their place, their number beside their name will also be changing as the game goes down. So you have a little bit more perspective. You don't have to do math. There's no more homework while you watch the game. We can kind of just see exactly what the stakes are and how the game actually is rolling out.
Sounds to me like Shia ain't a fan of homework.
I'm not, man. Hey, do your homework, first of all. But you can do stuff you're not a fan of, right? You want to, sometimes you gotta, you know, get it done. And right now, Andy, I don't think he's a fan of this situation. He's gonna be in first for just a little bit. Might not be too long. He's already down. This is tough.
Yeah, his teammate goes down and that leaves him all alone. And look, we've seen solo clutches so far in the season in Cash Cups and a lot, but in this kind of lobby, from this zone onwards, from 4th being a solo, it's not gonna be easy. He's got the resources to make it work to some degree, but he would rather be in this kind of position here. Janice and Vortex just 2 below, but they'll be able to sort that out with some ease. 100 above now, as you can see.
I'm going to bring back a word that you mentioned up 11 at the very start of this. It's called adaptation. I feel like this duo right here, it absolutely envelops that entire aspect. The very start of the season, they were the best, I feel like, out of the gate with their drop, with the way they played, how they meshed well in terms of just looking at the duo type of scene in general. And now it feels like even with this spot, they've adapted this to this lobby absolutely perfect.
Yeah, this is brilliant. They pull zone, and of course they are just tinkering along that line of being above and below on Surge, but you can see Vortex and Janice, very capable players, especially when it comes to their ability to aim. The MK rifles as well will be put to good use, and from this position they've pulled zone. It's looking really good setting up for this endgame, and a lot of other players would really want to be in their position right now, if we're just being real.
It's tough overall though for a lot of teams. You're going to be thinking about what to do next from this standpoint. Even though you do have the zone, this is rocky reels. This is one of the more difficult sections of endgame when it comes to the map. Lots of mountains randomly getting into the way. It's not going to be the extreme of some of the big cliffs you see around the entire Fortnite island, but you won't expect obstacles coming straight out into your way. There's a lot more open sight lines, so there's more opportunities for Janice just being an absolute beambot right now. This is crazy. Reason down to just a sliver of HP. That was Vortex that was shooting there for just a second. My apologies, but you know, you look at either one of these players, Levin, they're just online.
And that's brilliant, right? Exactly. Knowing that they have the power position, players are having to rotate into them and using that height advantage to perfection. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there from Vortex and Janice, and that's going to continue on throughout the rest of this one. The Andy, though, right? We talked about the tough task he has on his hands. 5 charges left in that Spider-Man mythic. Should be enough to get him through first moving if he uses it right. But he's just got to stay alive. He's got to make sure nobody figures out that he is a solo, because once they do, I'm telling you, they won't let him live for much, much longer. So he's just got to stay quiet here, just, you know, peeking around, making sure he has the information where players are, but not trying to be too overzealous, not trying to make himself too big of a target.
He's got max pull now though, and you saw that big overhead look on the left side just before. There's a no-man land he needs to get through. There's an entire slew of what? 20 different duos that are going to be right in front of him, and in high ground that's going to be looking down, and that's Janice and Vortex, so don't let anyone move around whatsoever for free. To give you a kind of lowdown on who is just popping off for the moment, Tayson just got a big elimination onto Gogo, it seemed like right before, who actually eliminated Fast Roki, so there's a big power dynamic over there, and he's now on the move on the top side. He's going to get pressured all the way back into the storm, has the Spider-Man gauntlets to use, actually has a rough landing, and then gets beamed down. Unfortunately, that's where that first place run ends.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be tough, rotating inwards, even with the Spider-Man players taking advantage of the fact that, you know, he's in the air, he's vulnerable. And as we switch on over here to Tayson and Thomas, this is what I like to see from them. Oh, I spoke too soon. Thomas will fall straight through, take some fall damage, but you will be able to rekindle with Tayson. 8 below isn't great, but that should be fine as they move on over to that first moving zone. They've made their way through. They found some good positioning as well. Tayson just tarping ahead. We talked about how he will lead and Thomas will follow. But now it's going to be time to look for a refresh. Their mats are dwindling, and you can see them going towards the back of their tarp, looking for opportunities in the zone right before the second movement starts to pull.
Snake of a tarp with fangs at both ends. Looking for the first edit, tries to find a little bit of damage. Looks like Tayson might have seen a little bit of something. Mustache, though, goes down. 2 duels on the right side. A stair in the way that they won't be able to climb. No damage there. It's just unfortunate. It looks like Vidil ends up stealing that elimination. They have to keep rolling back. Got a little bit of total damage, though. 91 as they actually move up in layers. Tayson's going straight for the sky. How high are they planning on moving with this one? Right foot down in the feed. Vidil picking up another. Janice is still active with Bubak going down. Every big name is here to play.
Saw how proactive Tayson was there, making sure as soon as the zone started to move, he was ahead of it. And this is why they want to position them in the front side, cut off any teams and get refreshes just like that. They will take Lazen down, and that's not going to be it for them. They're looking for more. They get that loot, and the mats are going to be really, really beneficial for them. So many players going down those Shio. It's absolutely hectic, but these guys are trying to find a sprinkle of control.
While they go into the chaos, Thomas now down to 1 HP. It's all up to Tayson, who actually got out of the way before the horror show started back in those boxes. It's going to be just him with 300 wood available and a little bit of brick too. The tarp's going to be a little bit dangerous this high. He might have to just fall all the way down. No, he actually stays. That's going to be huge. Hen down. He just had height, so who's there now? It's Vidil. It's Reason. The yin and yang rolling in, just knowing exactly how to aggressively tear a lobby apart. They're not in first, though. That's going to be a team all the way down low who might be pressuring Tayson in front of his wall. Armor on the right side. Goodbye. No chance for pressure there, though. Tayson now has 3 different walls to focus on. Will he switch layers? Yes. He's all the way down to just 200 mass now, so every single wall will be absolutely crucial. Every single shot might give him a little bit more of a chance to stay in. Finds a healing enemy right before the wall places. Tayson's almost back in the game. Yes, it's a whole bunch of materials. High ground now is going to be up in his sights. It's going to be tough for Tayson, but he's making it work. A shot from the backside, and he blocks it off with a ramp. It still goes up for a little bit of a height take, then drops down. This man is like an active Lego set. He can adapt and move and do anything that he wants to do against 8 different teams.
I don't know how Tayson stayed alive for so long, but this is what Tayson does. We've seen him get crazy clutches, and even with these absolute monstrous teams above him, Tayson continues to find a way to stay up. Vidil and Reason doing a brilliant job of stopping anybody from usurping them on height, but now it's all eyes on Tayson. He's going to drop down very, very shambles. Only got wood left, and he's trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Doesn't want anybody to lay eyes on him, but he knows he will have to hit a big shot at some point. Zone is going to continue to pull, and things will get even more difficult as teams start to scurry their way over. Tayson just trying to sneak his way through on the front side. He's got a decent position right now, but it's not over. He has to get through, and he's going to start running into teams as he's on this low ground. He knows there's a team ahead of him in zone, and he needs to just try and find that right angle, that right shot. He's trying to squeeze it in. Only 23. That's not going to be enough, and so he chooses to dodge the fight, get up to his own build, but he runs right back into another team. Tayson, you can't hit these shots. You can't keep staying alive, and he will go down. Tayson doing a brilliant job there, but it wasn't enough. Vidil and Reason now will look to close out the game, and they're going to need to get the eliminations as well as they do it.
They're going to try to take that first place spot from Phoenix down below. That low ground team just needs to stay alive. They'll have enough placement with the Elam combinations to take away that top spot for now, but Raisin actually goes down. Cammy is still alive. The trade comes in, and now it's a duo be solo, looks like, situation. One teammate knocked, thrown off to the side. Reason going to be trotting all the way down, looking for that last shot. Phoenix is on low HP. These guys are absolutely flawless. Perfect from the high ground. What a way to kick off EU with the most aggressive duo of history rolling in and taking that first game.
I can't believe they've come out and actually done it. Reason of a duo that many people doubted coming into this season, and they haven't quite been able to prove to people that they are still one of the top dogs, but I think this is just a way to shut the haters up. First game, first win, a brilliant way to start it off, and some brilliant displays from some of our other top teams. You can see Cammy and Teak as well. They ran deep into this game, and they got some crucial points, but it was Vidil and Reason who won that first game in brilliant fashion as well, Shio.
Absolutely. Lots of different surprises in that game, though. To break down all the action, we got the desk with Zeke, Reese, and Boot.
I feel like I betrayed Reason and Fidel. They were my options for predictions coming in on the day. And then I looked at the leaderboard, the leaderboards here, and I saw no Riley and Aqua, and I faltered. And you know, Vidil, Reason, that's on me. Okay, my apologies. I don't know why and how I forgot how incredible you guys are at the game, but you just showed everybody why you should be one of the duos to be considered going into the finals. My goodness. Really quickly, before we talk about this game, we talk about those highlights, those beams that were very easy when you're watching. You're like, those guys are in first place? I love that. I love that. Now, back to the game, of course. My goodness, this first one was crazy, Reese. I think coming into duo format in the brand new round of FNCS here, qualifier number 1, that was a pretty good way to start the competition.
Yeah, and what I find interesting is the fact that Vidil and Reese, kind of as Levin alluded to, were really good at the start of the season, made top 10 in 3 of the Cash Cups in a row, and then after that, where did they go? They vanished. They disappeared. They didn't put in the grind. They didn't practice. We know this chapter is very much so focused on who can do what, who can actually practice. This time, just going up on the high ground, absolutely dominating. Interestingly, only 5 eliminations, which from a super frag heavy team is almost like half of what you would expect. I was waiting to see 10 eliminations, and it was just 5. Yeah. Oh, I'm underwhelmed.
I mean, those guys, they sort of struggle in finals lobby sometimes, right? They did win those Cash Cups, but we know them ideally from trios that they struggled with Surge. But this time, I mean, it was a very good zone for them. This was a zone right near Rocky Views here. And that is, I mean, these guys land Condo Canyon, right? So they're just going to be in that area. They have the best spots in the map. There's a ton of little hills and mountains basically in this area where you can just box up on, right? You can see the absolute congestion there on the south side of everyone trying to play dead side. But in the middle, you know, there's so many of those good players, but those zones, those are tough to play if you're just running from outside of this spot. But Vidil and Reason, I mean, expected to do well from there. I mean, they got zoned, right?
Yeah, and interestingly on top of that, right, you're talking about teams who did well from that area. Cammy and Teak, they actually dropped the Cammy split, as we've obviously mentioned at the top of the show already. Super close here. This was a really good zone for them, and also that they capitalized on this. Super good game for them too. 6 eliminations. Now, on average, Cammy and Teak in the Cash Cups have been managed to get 3 eliminations per game. So coming out of the gate with a 6 elimination game like this is looking super strong for them. Third place is like very average for them, right? These guys are getting deep into end games. They're super consistent at making sure they are able to get those good placements, right? Like a third, like we've just seen here. The eliminations that they're popping off with right now is them on an absolute tear, and I'm excited to see the consistency that we know these guys can do from FNCS champions.
Absolutely. We got to take a look at this leaderboard, and this is actually something that caught me by surprise, right? Raisin and Phoenix ending the game with 8 eliminations, but look across the board, fellas. You've got another team in Stena and Red-Eyed MDR as well with 8. So we're seeing a lot more of this early aggression like you guys have kind of hinted at. How are we feeling about this first game?
And eliminations coming through strong as always. I did see at one point that beam that you were talking about going over Raid's head. He was in first at one point during that end game, and obviously that 8 eliminations was the driving force behind that. If they can manage to keep that kind of flow up game after game for all 6 matches, these guys can easily hit that top 8, which is the important qualification threshold.
That's right. We'll have to see how things continue to unfold. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Boop.
It's all good.
Sounds like the bus is ready to go. So when we come back, I'm coming to you first. Get ready for it. But for now, gotta hang out with Shy Wager and Levin 2K. We got more of these games to play. For you.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Always unexpected faces in that first game that upped the ante, Levin, up the stakes for everyone else. And now it's time for the legends of the duo scene to play catch-up.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams bounce back after that first one. Of course, you know, I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't have expected to see Stena and Rayed out there with an 8 elimination game, but they went out and did it. And we know it's possible this season. The right combination, the right chemistry in endgame can lead to so many eliminations. So let's just jump right back into it. We got game 2 on the line, baby. Let's go.
All right, game number 2 is on the line, and we kind of got a flavor, a sense of how things roll down. It's serious, it's high octane, it's action here in the FNCS, and we're barely even a third of the way through, Levin. So let's get right back to it. We got Covert Cavern coming through, seeing exactly how things end up there. It's a very early drop this time, and past that, Swollium, who went out early, Clement, who got off a little bit earlier as well, have their chance at redemption in the second game.
Yeah, we saw how things ended up for some of these teams in that first game. For Lepsi and Swilliam, it wasn't so great, but they look like they have the worst drops here. So Not going to be ideal. I don't expect some instant fighting, but we'll see. It looks like they actually are going to be contesting on these buildings nearby, so they've got to be careful. They have landed together, and Clement and Floki instantly looking to get in there, and Floki's got to be careful, takes a lick of damage. But instantly, you see those teams posturing to try and take the fight. Going to take some time now to get their materials up, prepare themselves for what seems to be inevitable now, that one of these two teams will go down. And don't forget, there is another team here at Chonkers as well.
You know, you're down bad 2 and all you have is a harpoon to deal with and pressure through, like, what, half a window at an enemy team, and your teammate's on a ramp beside you. Not a fun story. And there's Lecce rolling with the beam and missing. Completely uncharacteristic. Another player comes from the sidelines, and it's Clement that takes him out. Swilliam trying his best, but missing a few shots too. He's too smooth with it. Clement can't be tracked, and now Swilliam is left on the top side of his box. Clement, what was that movement?
All I can describe for Lecce and Swilliam there is they've had a howler. They've had an absolute howler. Not the greatest second game, is that? But Clement's got to be careful, because Floki goes down, and Ostroki and Kylie are well aware, and you can see Clement's taking some damage, and if you look at the bottom right, the green arrows honing in on him. That is going to be Kylie and Ostroki.
There's one.
And this is going to get really difficult. He's obviously going to jump into the whiplash and try to get away, but they shoot out the tires, and so instantly now he's going to have a tough time getting away, and they will be on the chase. Oh, this is wonderful. We already got a high-speed race going on in the FNCS right now.
Up inside the desert too. Not too moist whatsoever, just dry in terms of the strategies available, in terms of what you can really do. Clement's all in, not even sure if he has that card, what's going down with him right now, but in his brain, this man's mind just must be racing 1,000 thoughts per minute.
Yeah, you saw how quickly he wanted to get away, right? Because ultimately, at this stage, yep, they were able to get some damage off spawn. His teammate does go down, but, you know, they want to go out there and play this game out fully. So he did good to get out, as you said. Only left with a harpoon. Don't know how he survived that, man. That is absolute madness.
Oh, imagine the conversation for Lecce and Swilliam as well afterwards. No way Scram was... Okay, thank goodness. I was like, I saw him miss shot with slow motion. If you've watched the broadcast before, it always ends up bad for the POV we were watching when that happened. But Scram rolls it in. That's unfortunate. Seeing your teammate get pickaxed beside you, and then that player gets away, I mean, that's a conversation and a half to have in, you know, pre-game lobby.
Well, like you said, man, Lecce missing shots with an SMG, that is so uncharacteristic. And of course, William missed some big shots, you know, with the shotgun as well. So, you know, we talked about how it's a high pressure environment. We talked about how players can struggle with that. These guys just missing shots, right? And that's, you know, due to the environment. More times than not, I would expect them to hit their shots, but in that case, they go down again. So instantly, 2 games off the bat where things just haven't gone your way. And then when you're in a fight for top 8 to try qualify for the FNCS finals, it's not a great look. Not a great look at all.
Right now for Furious POV, they're going to be fighting at the turbine, I believe, all the way down towards the south side of the map. Greasy right above them. Over here, there's a lot of action in pubs. You can see this place kind of used as like a very nice cinematic Spider-Man trailer type of thing as well, you know, swinging from side to side, but with only 10 shots left, and you don't see a lot of people using those gauntlets early game in this spot as well. Lots of metal available, lots of ways to get your game started low-key, but I'm not exactly sure what there is to fight for really over here. There's only about 12, 13 chests overall. Not too much action. Meanwhile, towards the middle-ish of the map, Tilted, this is a space that everyone always wants to fight for. I believe this is 3 or maybe even 4 different duos just getting into action side by side.
Yeah, you can see Amplify and Flodax here, backs against the wall. And for all the Tilted teams, there's a lot of pressure today because, in my opinion, the best team that lands Tilted didn't qualify, Benji and Savage, and so if you're seeing that they didn't qualify, this is our chance to qualify through Tilted and not have to deal with them in the next qualifier. So for Amplify Flodax, for DKS and his duo, Bad Sniper, they'll definitely be trying to close this one out and really look to make something of this qualifier as best as possible, because if next time you roll around here you have to deal with Benji and Savage off spawn, it's not going to be great whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up too, because identity theft is a big thing in the FNCS, right? Like, this is how it works. A team doesn't qualify. You should take exactly maybe even how they play, right? Because, you know, it's good teams that have very set strats that are easy sometimes to replicate. And then at the same time, if you feel good with it, that next round, you might find an extra duo who's landing at your spot.
Exactly. And so that's why sometimes you got to roll up and really, you know, hit the bods right before the session. See, oh, where do they land? What do they claim? See what we can do. We're seeing that with a couple of the spots around the map as well. And DKS and Bad Sniper, they're a team who have consistently landed tilted this season. They've had their struggles here, specifically against Benji and Savage. But this will be an opportunity now for them to get top 8, qualify through. I like tilted this season, right? Really nice POI. I think it's interesting. The analysts at the beginning of the show talked about teams rotating in. What I've found is, depending on zones and certain zones, what you have is that oftentimes the teams around won't actually rotate into tilted, right? Because, you know, there are other objectives sort of around the map that they are more geared towards. So I think this is one of those zones as well where you won't see the teams rotating into tilted. It means you have more time to do whatever you have to do there. But for the meantime, I don't think those guys are going to be fighting it out.
No, that's literally exactly what I actually wanted to say. I don't even know what to say now. That's the biggest difference between Tilted from last chapter to now. It used to just be like the oasis, right? That's where you could big up a lot of the mats you might not have. That's where you can get a little bit of refarming, some looting done as well, because not many people clear it out too much. But yeah, you're right. Rocky reels, lots of chests lit around hills. At the same time, you have the sanctuary to dip into if you're that far away. Covert Cavern might have a few surge tags, some mountains you want to get on. Tilted is more so like a pit stop now, more so than that central hub you want to roll into. And Teak, Cammy, they're taking advantage of that right now. They're kind of teetered off on one of the outsides. Looking in, they have a chance to block off basically almost all south rotations if Teak's fast enough on the shot. I think Cammy right now is slightly split as well. I love these split kind of bases. Well, what's the advantage of having two teammates, you know, not side by side, but slightly further away on two different towers?
Well, I think this is just an example of supreme understanding of the map and how teams will react to certain zones. They understand that they ain't going to have to really deal with anybody in between them, and so they're trying to cover as much area as possible in order to try find them surge tags. You'll see Teak here knows there's going to be players in Tilted looking to try hit some shots. And as Cammy, you know, did what he had to do elsewhere, I think now they will start to group up. 2 minds better than 1 in this instance, but yeah, looking to cover as much ground as possible. You don't always need to be side by side, as long as you have an understanding of where the players on the map are going to be.
And a lot of the time, this type of action is something that people might not even want to watch, right? There might be like, yo, why is Teak camping, in a sense? That's not exactly what's going down there. You see a lot of people on mountains, a lot of people just waiting in these spots. There's a lot going on here. Getting to these spots, trying to figure that out. How did that happen? How much control do Tayson and Thomas have? That's a big part of it, right? At the same time, why are they doing this? They just need to get some damage done. They need to get some tags up for Surge. Now, what Surge is, if this is your first time kind of watching the broadcast, you know, rolling in and tuning in, you want to make sure you're ahead of damage, depending on what everyone else is doing, and it all kind of also revolves around, this is the worst I've actually explained Surge in my life, how many players are alive as well. So if there's more than 70 players, the server's like, wow, need to thin it down. It'll take away the people with the least damage. You want to be on top of that damage. You want to be on top of the map right now too. Lumberyard is where everyone needs to go. We were talking about, you know, Teak and Cammy, their base looks so good. They got a big mission now to get all the way towards the top.
Yeah, and I think for a team like Tayson, you saw where he was positioned up above Covert Canyon, right? That's going to be great for him in terms of surge tags, because the whole south of the map is going to have to rotate up towards the north. But doing reason, the winners of that first game, you can see how they're going to be traversing the zone now, moving up north themselves, looking for a position. Looking good, right? 12 peppers is really nice to have in terms of endgame movement. What isn't great is running into and Queasy there. So, gonna have to find a different pathway. But look, you can see now, they're just looking for their position. They're looking for a place where they can set up comfortably. Kiriachi and Stormy Right going to try and make this as uncomfortable for them as possible, but when you're hitting shots like that from Reason, you can make any team back off of you. Really nicely done. Gets shot in the back, but it's going to be all right because they've got some shields, some minis, and the chug splashes, the standard, what you want to really be carrying at this level. And again, like I said, 12 peppers is going to be really nice for them endgame in terms of being able to get those rotations.
Yeah. Speed boost and everything.
So this is setting up to be a nice little game for them, as long as they can sort of keep it going until the end game.
They got the speed, they have all the resources, and I'm always giggly watching Reason, like 2 times right there. First, he's taking the shots on the Stormy Right, gets shot in the back, doesn't even look behind him to build. I'm pretty sure the person behind him stopped shooting because he'd expect Reason to turn around and build, didn't want to waste the ammo. Reason kept shooting Stormy Right. This man is an absolute psycho, like, who keeps shooting? And then he just edits to a pyramid that's already edited, the Stormy could have shot back with. I mean, you know on his mind is just one thing, he just wants the elims. He wants to turn on, put down that damage.
And like you explained earlier, right? He wants to search, right? And you can see now that's what they're doing. They're looking at any team that is maybe going to be unaware. you know, try and catch them out with their pants down.
Play a little
try to see if they can do any lick of damage, right? All the tags help, right? Every little helps in that sense. And so even if it is just a couple shots that you're able to land on someone, that goes a long way.
Yeah, and that's basically kind of just categorizing what you guys will be watching majority of the time. You're looking on broadcast, you're looking at the game. Early game, very simple. It's all about winning your drop spot, surviving, getting loot, getting shields. We know that. It doesn't really change from comp to casual, right? And then past that, end game, it also doesn't really change. It's all about victory royale. Just try to live as long as you can and try to win the game. Mid game is where the biggest difference is, and just, you know, hopping on with the friends and playing whatever you want to play. And competitive, you want to be looking for surge, you want to be looking for positions. Be inside the zone and be dealing damage while you move around. That is the name of the game.
And this is an example of good position here. You see how Kiriachi and Stormy Right are quite elevated in comparison to the rest of their opponents up on this hill that they're on. That means they have more options. They look around 360. They can see a lot more than their opponents can see, which means there are more opportunities to get themselves some surge tags. You see Kiriachi, 150 above isn't ideal. They want to be a bit higher than that, and so you can see he's just constantly just going to be looking for where he can see these players, looking at those stairs, seeing if you can catch a player out behind these trees, players rotating in from the back. And that taxi is not going to be a comfortable place to be. A lot of players now in the lobby focusing their attention on it, and they're actually just going to blow it up completely. No taxi for you.
But you know what it's like when you're that player, like in the taxi? It's like, imagine, you know that mini game like you see sometimes in newspapers? Man, I'm old. It's like you gotta find the difference between two different pictures, right? And like you're really scrutinizing, looking for it. And anytime you see a difference, you're like, ooh, right there. Imagine every player doing that, but it's anything that moves on the island in front of you, right? So that taxi going in is like a big red circle on one picture, and it's not there on the other. Everyone's gonna focus it. It's gonna be bad. I'm surprised it even lasted that long.
Yeah, got taken and dealt with pretty quickly. Can't believe you think we read newspapers anymore, mate.
Do they exist still?
Like that. Yeah, I'm sure they do somewhere. I'm sure there'll be people DMing us on Twitter. We still read newspapers, by the way.
Oh.
Floki and Clemento below on Surge, and this is where desperation starts to kick in. They already have some really tough times already in this game, sorry, off spawn, but they were able to recoup. But this is the problem now that they're going to deal with. You can see they're moving their way over to these teams. They want to force a box fight. They want to force any sort of engagement to try and get the surge, but a little too late. They will go down. Well, Clement will go down at the least, sorry. Floki remains up, but it's not looking too good for him either.
Count to 10. Count to 3, actually. There we go. Floki's gone for now. It's tough when Surge is there. And I was trying to stress this earlier on now, so we won't have to repeat it later when the games get intense and it's all about the points. That is literally what everyone is just playing right now. It's just trying to find the damage and trying not to get damaged. It sounds so basic. That's kind of just the name of the game. And it's going to be Thomas HD that actually picks up the men, which is going to be huge. You give that man a refresh at any point of the game. You were talking about 11. Give him an inch, he takes it a mile. You give him 100 mats, he makes it look like 400. It's insane. But what else have we missed so far inside the game? Who took a few shots here and there? We have a few replays to see exactly what the situation is.
Take a look here. Rising in Phoenix, our first place team, taking some players out. You love to see it, and of course, Seeking Cami in 4th place when they took out Floki right there. And those are really nice finds in terms of they go a long way in that battle for Storm Surge. You can see both of those teams were above on Surge. And that means that they have a bit more freedom in terms of moving forward, how they can approach the game. Whereas those teams who are struggling on Surge, you know, they're constantly thinking, how can we get some damage? How can we look for some damage, get some tags? It's a bit of extra pressure, to say the least.
Absolutely. Talk about pressure and struggle. I also think about a player whose name was just in the feed, Bad Sniper. I feel like I bullied him a bit too much last season. But like it just feels like this man, no matter what POI he was on, was struggling so much in seasons before. Now it actually looks like, you know, in duos, in a format where there's a little bit more, you know, organized chaos. You can kind of sift through it. He's having a little bit of an easier time. And the replays we'll see Putrick with 2s down right now, going for a big shot. That fight must have lasted a long time and even been through Surge. You never really see an 8 damage tag ending a fight.
Yeah, that must have been a really long, drawn-out one. These things can happen, but ultimately only one team will come out on top. As you can see, a lot of teams clustered here towards Logjam. Thomas has his eyes set on some players that seem to still be in zone. He's very suspicious. You can see he won't take his eyes off it, and he knows they are going to pad. And once the pad comes out, they got to open the edits and look for those angles. I think Thomas just missed a window of opportunity there to hit it. Wasn't as prepared. But again, that's what we're talking about, right? Players constantly looking for these moments of opportunity.
Everyone's based up 2 right now. Talk to me about differing priorities, Levin, in this type of zone. The one that is the most hated for some few players, the most loved for a lot of people who are watching. When there's big mountains in the way, how does that change the game plan for a lot of players?
I think the big thing initially is you want to be on one of them mountains, right?
Yeah.
You know, you want to be any sort of maximum elevation. You want to be in a position of maximum opportunity. We'll call it that. But for the players who aren't, right, you want to find your way to get in. Make sure you cover as many angles as possible. You don't want those people above you to be able to even get a lick of damage onto you. Waste your shields. And you can see here, Ryzen and Phoenix have done a great job of positioning themselves somewhere where they have options. They can look at players who aren't in the zone yet and get some damage that way. But they also won't be in the line of fire for the teams above them, maybe who are slightly high elevated.
And, you know, that position can change in just a second. Sometimes being on top of the mountain early, the zone goes off of it. And you're like, why? Why is this happening to me? Talking about Bat Sniper as well, too. Looks like the trades might have come through in a very nice way. DKS, although down, fully picked back up, and they're inside a box with a lot of loot. So I have to assume with the 5 eliminations they share, they definitely just won one of the fights. The most important thing, too, they're isolated. They can kind of think and figure out what's next. And they have a launch pad, too. Is that 2 pads? These guys are in one of the most perfect spots I've seen before an endgame starts.
Yeah, in terms of their loadout, this is brilliant, right? Of course, you know, they've got max materials, plenty of rotational movement items. From what was looking like a bit of a chaotic, messy game for them, actually doesn't look too bad now. Gonna use those spare mats, Bad Sniper, to create a bit of a tunnel on their way in, as we take a look at a replay here.
With the spray. This is going to be picking up one of the elims on low ground. It gets so much messier down here. Has a gauntlet refresh as well. Oh, we got reactions too.
Oh, wow. Wow. Guys, this is what it means to people, right? You saw there from that reaction. This is what it means to people. Getting eliminations at this stage of the game in the FNCS qualifiers, it means a lot. It absolutely means a lot. That's wonderful right there.
I'm still wondering if that was the perspective of getting elimination or getting eliminated, because it could have gone either way. I think it might have been one getting eliminated, but...
Honestly, it does go either way, right? In terms of the levels of emotion in it.
Oh, it's insane. Right now, yeah, it's tough. You're going to be right outside kind of like placement overall where it starts to ramp up. You do not want to go down now. You're going to miss out on a lot of points. And this is where we get to see a POV, a reason of a deal, not actually, you know, shooting other players, but moving, deciding what to do next before the action starts. You'll notice they're kind of more trained on where people are rather than where they need to go. That's going to be huge, and that's what you see a lot of good players doing. They're trying to interrupt things first before the server starts to fly.
Yeah, this is tough. Players leaving it late to rotate, which typically you'd think is the right thing, but as you can see, Moshi gets taken out there. That leaves Kiko all alone. Reason of a deal doing a brilliant job to just gatekeep everybody, right? Just stopping those players who are behind them from having a chance to get in. Crucial damage being dealt, and you can see how easy it is for them, right? Knowing where players are, knowing that they aren't going to have a tough time. They can just run their way in. Maybe I've spoken too soon. A bit of pressure will be applied, but they should be able to deal with that.
You're absolutely correct. Fortnite is a two-way street when you're rotating, right? If you stop everyone behind you, it might not make everything in front of you a lot easier, but you have that insurance, you have that padding to be able to readjust, move back a box or two. You have more control that no one in the lobby has.
Yeah, and these guys are looking for control of the boxes as they try and maybe sneak out another elimination. Those players going to back off though, and Within Reason will take that as a sign of fear. Have a bit of mercy for them. And honestly, they don't need to necessarily fight at this point. 90 bills on Reason isn't phenomenal by any means, but they've got peppers that they can use to stagger, save some materials. And honestly, we know that their technical ability is supreme. And so, if worst comes to worst, a bit of coordination from them shouldn't be too difficult to find themselves a bit of a refresh. As you see now, players moving towards that first moving zone. Everyone trying to get into that 6th zone. Ryzen Phoenix, who did so well last game, 55 below, scurrying their way into zone. Not an easy position to be in. You can see people have their eyes set on them, and so it's not an easy rotation by any means, but they're going to counter back with some stinger spray as well.
Keep moving forward. Still surge an issue for a lot of teams. Both on the POV right now are going to be below, so they not only have to move, they have to still deal this damage. The end game checklist isn't active just yet. They still have to get through the last portion of how they play in that mid game. Cammy so high up in the sky, side by side with another completely different duo inside a box. Phoenix and Ryzen are going to be slightly lower though, seeing exactly what they can do. This is the perspective of kind of a first place team, and second it looks like they're close to that top 5 on the right side. So we'll see exactly who's going to go down and fall first. Reason actually going down inside the feed. Vidil gets that trade over to Karma. It looks like Forsten is in a class spawn past that. Phoenix though in a little bit of trouble as Surge starts to strike. They can't find a single shot. And Levin, these teams look like they're in so much trouble.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult. You're going to see desperation. They need to make a power play now, Cammy and Teak. They found so much loot actually. A really nice refresh there, but it's not going to matter if they're still down on Surge. 37 players still up in this lobby. They need a couple to go down, but now they are above, as you can see. But that's not the same fortune for Ryzen and Phoenix. They are still struggling. And in the backside of the zone, things get really, really shaky. You can see now they're doing their best from the zone transition, but it's going to be hard. They need to find something, and soon, using some shields, trying to out-heal it for a moment. And that might actually pay off for them, as only one player now needs to go down in order for the surge to stop ticking. We're down to 30. They are good. They remain, but they're on wood and they get dropped down. They need to be careful. They need to find a sense of balance, a sense of control. And this isn't good at all. Ryzen's gone down. Phoenix now going to have to solo clutch. And as a solo with not much to work with, things will get very difficult very quickly. Queasy and Hen up on height. That's where they want to be. But it's all in the hands of Phoenix now if he wants any chance of keeping his team in first place.
He has that torch, he's still riding with it, but only 100 mats separate him from certain demise. Meanwhile, Vidil finally cleaned out, so the power push, the type of big playmaker is not going to be here towards this end game. It'll be a little bit more calmer, quiet. That's exactly what Phoenix wants for the moment. Meanwhile, Hen and Queasy all the way up top. They're trying to drop down as much pressure as possible. Whisper Sprain picks up a huge one on a pink. He's gonna have so much more to work with now. The entire pressure and tarp that pink had, plus his mats, plus a few heals, and that crucial med spray.
Yeah, he's doing really well here. As we said, on that backside of the zone, it means that there's so many players ahead of him, but using that med whisk to great use. Gonna just play the zone, and this is actually brilliant from him, realizing he can buy his team a bit more time, stay in the game as long as possible, just wait for players to slowly dwindle. Eventually there will come a time where he has to hit some crucial shots. He's not got a shotgun in his inventory, so he will have to build the SMG, and if he's not careful he might run into Rescard in just a moment. Oh dear, this gets really difficult. Yep, he will go down. Rescard will take him out. A valiant effort from VNX, but the first place team will go down. Cammy and Teak though still remain, and they've managed to find control. They dealt with their surge issues and they got to what they do best, sitting here on the mid ground with absolute control. Teak, you can see him as Cammy just tarps ahead, looking for opportunities to try get some eliminations. Hen and Queasy doing brilliantly on height. Cammy and Teak sitting fantastically in mid ground, and all the teams below them now going to be struggling to find any sort of hope in this game. Brilliant use there of the armored wall to add that extra layer of protection, and you can see they have their eyes set on all the players scurrying down below them.
This is just a simple lounge fest for Teak and Cammy all the way to first. They're just going to be able to stay alive. Still in second overall though right now. You can see it on the left side, and now the pressure is coming in. No time for the guzzle juice to be popped. Teak will go down momentarily. He's gone. Cammy, right before they can take that first place slot, they will be denied. Queasy up top. The pressure's too much. Orion from the other side is going to look for a big jump up, but he's denied too. And now we go for the classic 2-on-2, but Hen's dropped first. He's going to be in a 1v2. He's going to be almost taken out immediately, but no, jumps all the way back up, and he is safe. A lot of mats for Queasy and Hen to work with as this one becomes a slow burn towards the end side.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. See Queasy, so many splashes, and they know that they can play the waiting game. Hen will go down and try and do as much damage as he can. And you can see the players below them realizing that they're just going to wait them out. And so they're trying to force the issue. Queasy ultimately on high, just going to sit here and keep it calm. Hen will go down, and that gives the other team
1v2?
his siphon, but Queasy is not going to worry. He's going to just play in the back of the zone, use these splashes all day long. Don't know how he accrued them, but it doesn't matter because they get the victory royale.
How many chugs did he have? Like 12?
To this win.
Yeah,
Brilliant stuff from them. Chilled on height and closed it out with a heal off. Something we don't see much of so far this season, but a heal off in game 2 ain't too bad, Shy.
Yeah, I mean, why didn't Phoenix have any splashes? Where were Marines? Where were all the quick heals? In Queasy's inventory. This man is a thief. He stole them all, and he had them on high ground. 18 splashes, only used 3. Kind of a big flex there for him. But what a game from the high ground team.
Yeah, Queasy and Hen, one of the strongest teams so far this season. They've been in scintillating form as well. And coming out and getting that win is huge for the standings. Can't wait to see what they do with it. But look, we want to see what happened. How did Queasy have so many splashes? We'll toss it over to the desk to break it all down.
18 splashes. Well, apparently they cornered the market on splashes. That was it. We're never going to see another splash in the rest of these remaining games. That's it. It just belongs to them entirely. I'm not even sure how this happened. Maybe it was impact eliminations, right? Maybe they're moving along the mid and low grounds and they're saying, look, if we can find these eliminations, oh, that person has 1, no problem. I have a stack of 1 in my inventory and I'm walking over them, just kind of scooping them all up. But I mean, when you have 18, Reese, I feel like that's going to pretty much be it. As long as you're not making any critical mistakes, you're going to be able to outlive the storm.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, this game, they didn't make the critical mistake that they made in game number 1. They took height at exactly the same time, that second moving zone when it comes to the end game. But in the previous game, game number 1, we saw Reason and Vidil go up, crank up, and unfortunately take that high ground from Hen and Queasy. Well, unfortunately, you know, depending on which way you want to look at it, of course. This game, obviously, they were managed to maintain it all the way from that way up. They managed to keep that high ground and managed to pop off from there on out. Because, look, this is what's ended up happening to Reason and Vidil down below. They're the ones at that moment who can't frag out, can't go up to the high ground because they're being pressured, because they're getting fragged by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is also an interesting game to look at. I mean, I don't think we see heal-offs and duos at all, and this is ridiculous, though. 18 chug splashes, there's almost a guaranteed win, and I think this has to do more than likely with the zones. I mean, we had a rocky view zone last game, which means that Vidil and Reason had a very good game, very easy rotation, but this time, it was all the way north, over towards Logjam, and you know, Hen and Queasy, they land at Sleepy Sound, which means that they have to rotate pretty much, you know, a few hundred meters, and you know, that's what you see. Everyone that gets zoned, they do pretty well, and that makes a lot of sense though, because these are very dangerous rotates. They're high fire rate weapons. You don't have much mobility in the mid game, and if you do get zoned, you're going to be rewarded. And Hen and Queasy, they are not going to give up that opportunity, and that is a free win for them.
Yeah, absolutely not. One of the more like minor things I really want to pick up on though was Phoenix, who you can now see is up in first alongside Raisin. Managed to use that mid miss to get himself from 15th place all the way up to 10th, which is 5 more additional placement thresholds in game, so a bunch more points. And without that, like, they would be behind Cammy and Teak right now. So the mid miss coming in clutch for them. Second place, Cammy and Teak, no surprise at all, fragging out 2 games in a row, being super consistent to get deep into the end games. And our previous game's winner, Hen and Queasy, now in 3rd place. We're in 20th before that, so they've moved up 17 places in the leaderboard. A huge swing in things.
Yep, I mean, Cammy and Teak, I mean, they're up there in eliminations with people. I mean, this is a little bit surprising. We don't expect them to be that aggressive of a duo, but they're up there. 2nd place with 77 points in total. And like I said in my prediction, I mean, these guys are just so consistent. I mean, they got a 3rd place in the first game, 4th place this game. They're here to play. They're ridiculous.
Absolutely. And Phoenix, sorry if we are saying it wrong. If you know, feel free to tweet at us and let us know what the correct is. We're just go with Phoenix. Sounds right. Let's shoot. Let's go. But you know where else we're going? It's back in the game. We got Shy Wager. We got 11-2K. Friends, over to you.
I mean, I feel like it has to be Phoenix and Ryzen, right? Because Phoenix rises, it's just synergy. It has to be. I mean, that's what I want to stamp on it, at least, Levin. And they're playing phenomenally today.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, I'll be real. Look, let's get right back into it. Let's see if they can do that again and get themselves to remain in 1st place. We got the 3rd game coming up for you right about now.
Here we go. The halfway point starts now for the EU region in FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1, and we'll see exactly where people end up dropping off. Swilliam, Clement, both on your screen. Both players have had some struggles in the early game. We asked about redemption before. Now it's just about a desperate retake kind of their destiny in this tournament. Can they really get onto the board, or will they be forever just lost kind of in that top 15, bottom 20?
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, it doesn't seem like Clement had a great job there, but, you know, they still sort of outdropped them. It's interesting that they keep sort of pivoting towards this 50-50. You know, I wonder, right, 3 games in, when will maybe you change your mind on that? Instantly, Floki doing a bit of damage, but receiving some himself as well. So, needs to make sure he doesn't get too overzealous. We saw last game, Swilliam and Letshi, it came down to them just missing some key shots. And I told you that I wouldn't bank on that happening again. So, as both teams now will take some time to get their materials up, get their loot up a bit. We may see a bit more of an even fight now play out, but of course you've got to remember that as much as this fight will happen, you also have Kylie and Fastroki on the lurk, looking to try get in and third party whenever that opportunity arises.
Whenever there's like a triangle type of situation, I don't feel like anyone really wins, or it's just so hard to plan for it, right? There's no back and forth. There's no fairness, it feels like, when it's a 3-way fight. Someone always ends up getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those situations that Boop was talking about pre-show, where all teams sort of claiming their ground. A fight doesn't necessarily have to break out there. You can maybe just take things a bit slower. Pablo will definitely be wanting to take things slower here, because he's taking a bit of damage that who it 1-2. Just north of Logjam, where we are right now. Last game sort of finished in this area, but as we start here, Pablo will hit a nice little shot onto Mirza. Left-hand peak isn't the most optimal angle, but he makes great use of it there. And this is really nice. Looking for some control, making sure that they have the exit control as well on the pieces. And Pablo doing really well with those left-hand shots again. Mirza and Lysen just getting absolutely wrangled there, as Swag will pick up 1. And so in a 2v1, Pablo hitting a key shot, but he actually goes down. So now we're down to a 1v1. Mirza's done brilliantly there. Oh dear. Swag, what can he do all alone? Will he have time to get the res? It seems like it, actually.
This is such a lopsided type fight, like not getting a finish on a knockdown player. At the same time, 2v1, yet one person getting knocked. These things shouldn't be happening. Now that res has to be sticked in. There's no time to get off of it. The 50-50 mind games back and forth. The pickaxe coming in 3 seconds for Swag to stick it through, and Pablo ends up staying alive. This shouldn't even be allowed.
Yeah. I don't know how he's done it. He's gotten the res off. And so Lysen, who was doing a brilliant job to keep his team in this one, now not looking too great. It's a good shot there, but ultimately, with such low HP, Swag and Pablo will deal with him. The Flames boys come away with the win here. And that's exactly what they want coming into game 3. Maybe made it a bit more difficult for themselves, but ultimately, the most important thing is that they win at Ospor.
That's the first few points for them on the board. 6 rolling in. Right now, Mariah and Rifla, I think they're 6th place overall coming into this game. And I'm always doing my double check thing on the side. We can literally just see Team 6 above Rifle's name and fully confirm. I gotta drop the old habits, man. This is so convenient. I love it. And they're still going to be pressuring. This is the one thing I like about teams in the lead. You know, you don't change how you're playing entirely, especially during the midpoint of the competition. You see some inexperienced teams come in, previous FNCSs, they get first overall in the first few games, right, Levin? And then they just change things up entirely, become so much more passive, and they wonder, why did the games change? Where are our points going? Not the same team that got first in the first few games.
Yeah, this is one of them situations where, you know, you got a lot of these teams who really want to try and make sure that they can replicate the success of former games. As we take a look at some of the replays, over at the Joneses, things going down. Wouldn't expect anything else. Oh, Nixon, that's a nice little shot. We saw this fight just a moment ago. Swag did well though to close things out. And that's the story of Osborne fighting in Fortnite, right? You know, it can be so brutal if you're on that losing side.
For game number 3 as well, the checklist for a lot of players, this might be the last time they try a certain strat before going on the back end or to plan B, so things might be even more desperate overall. Maybe this is why Rifle and Marine are really trying to push people around their spot, right? If they win a fight a third time in a row, it might be a signal for the enemy team they're facing to choose a completely different spot. And now they have the back half of the competition bolstered up, an entire POI to themselves, houses, chests they didn't have before to go even further. Foon, though, with a big shot, he's going to stay all the way low ground in the basement.
Yeah, this is nice. You can see Rifle and Marine taking up different positions either side of these two, forcing them to make a decision as they look to pincer in. Some really nice fighting mechanics. They're going to just play it slow though in the meantime. But Marine, been one of the better players as well in this lobby so far. Rifler with him by his side. Now they're just going to choose to dip. Taking a bit too long for their liking. So they'll get away just there. Cafoon will live to see another day.
One thing I'm liking a lot about this new map is the introduction of a lot of spots like this. You might not have named POIs entirely, but you have a lot of base camps set up that have somewhat of, henchman type chests, some buffed up chests at the same time, campfires. You have the spreading of coolers around the map as well as those produce boxes. Lots of ways for people to get their game started if, off spawn doesn't work out too well. I wanted an insight though to Queasy and Hen. Sleepy Sound looking really good for them overall. I feel like anyone that starts off in this spot 11 has such a huge advantage over everyone else.
Yeah, this POI is great, right? They're able to get max materials, a really good chunk of metal at this POI, which can be a problem for some teams. They can leave if they want to with a Whiplash. They're sticking with their truck for the meantime. I'll see if they go get that one. Often leaving with peppers as well, and as you can see, Queasy's got some peppers, plenty of produce boxes over towards the north side of Sleepy. The one thing I will say though, right, if you have watched any of their Cash Cup games, they have often struggled with more southern zones, and as you can see, they are heading to a south zone, so we'll see how our third place team does. Of course, Boop emphasizing in that little break there how just important it is, right, for teams to pull zones, as much as there's plenty of strategy and preparation that goes into it, especially early on in this FNCS. We are seeing that when teams don't pull zones favorable to their POIs, there can be a bit of a struggle there as they try traverse and rotate through, and that's only going to get more difficult in these FNCS lobbies, so we'll see how teams deal with that. This though is one of the zones which probably will encourage teams to go through tilted, right? We talked about how certain zones means that, maybe the tilted players have a bit more time isolated and tilted without any teams interfering. But with this zone, you're going to expect a lot of teams to be coming through here. And our first place team is going to be one of them.
Wow, nothing can go wrong if you're just rotating through tilted in first, right? Surely there's not going to be a disaster that happens when you're in one of the hottest spots of the map that everyone has to rotate through. It's very good to stay here for as long as possible and not move out of the POI. Phoenix and Ryzen know what you're talking about, so quickly they move towards the outskirts. And on the left side as well. Wow, I like the shot too. Back down to Rocky Reels. It feels like I'm having deja vu from the first game on how this one goes. And if that's the case, Levin, I mean, Phoenix and Ryzen, it's paradise for them.
Yeah, look, for a lot of those north teams, they will be happy you didn't pull all the way south, right? When you have a zone that pulls that far south for the first zone, typically you would expect it maybe to pull a bit further down, but fortunately it's sort of just plop in the middle there. And so it's a bit more of an even playing field for a lot of the teams around the map. Some technical difficulties there with the vehicle. Things happen.
One thing I'm noticing with Phoenix and Ryzen as well is that they're a very on-guard duo 24/7. A lot of the times when you see a few duos play, they have moments where they let their guard down. They don't maybe build as much. They don't invest too much into where they are. They stay maybe at 75 or 50 shield to see if they can get a siphon or any extra greed along the way. They're on guard a lot, which makes it so that they are a little bit less resourceful the entire time. They might not have, the full inventory as you see right now. Their mats might be down entirely. But it feels like playing that ultimate defense, Levin, is working out really well for them in the first two games.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of it will come down to how, they're able to play these zones out and the sort of decision-making that they make. But they've done a decent job thus far. Of course, that first game really was sort of the one that's keeping them up in first. Second game was a bit more of a struggle. But for the meantime, they still have options. Like you sort of alluded to, though, it's not perfect right now. They're going to need a refresh. They're going to need to do something to get their materials up. Not many options in terms of farming potential right now around them. And so they're going to have to make some sort of a power play at some point. Maybe they don't need to force the issue now, but 58 builds in Phoenix, not going to be good enough moving forward.
The inventory slots down. I feel like before they were also tagging along on high points to many different fights and coming in and cleaning up after the fact. This time they're absolutely low ground. They're surrounded by builds and buildings. It looks like they don't have a say as much in this game. Talk about a say though. Hen, for the moment, is kind of dictating how this lobby gets to play. 8 total elims throughout the day right now. That is a huge number for a, final round type qualifier lobby. That's like something that's not usually common for every player to have. And for him, I mean, you get high ground, almost 3 games in a row? It has to be that way, right?
Yeah, and look, when he has Queasy leading the way for him, he's got excellent direction. My biggest fear with this duo, with any duo that Queasy's in, is as much as he's a brilliant mind, will there be enough firepower in the duo for them to be successful? And I think with Hen, there's never any doubts about that. So, look, they're going to have to deal with Surge. Hopefully they don't prove me wrong here, or prove me right, sorry. But you can see the idea behind it right now, realizing that dead side of zone, not going to be many players in this vicinity. If we can take a bit of an isolated fight against Amplify and Flodax, we'll be able to deal with our Surge issues. And this is really nice because they've just taken the whole flank round. And now they're actually going to use the builds that Amplify and Flodax put down to pinch their way in. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this setup. Queasy distracting them. Hen coming from the back, hits 31. Would have wanted a bit more, but this is brilliant. Amplify down. Flodax now left alone. Oh, this is what it's all about right now, Shayo.
This is just ridiculous. I haven't seen a pinch like that. That slow, thought out fundamental since, watching Zayn at Loot Lake just trap teams who just end up landing in, not knowing exactly what they're doing. They make a seasoned veteran like Amplify look absolutely clueless in that circumstance and that aspect. And that is just crazy from Queasy and Hen. They just lock it down. We're talking about trouble with Surge, 367 above now. They're just here to entertain us, Levin. They were not worried for a single moment.
I love it. I love it. You saw the intention there. You saw Hen sneaking up and around. He knew what he was doing. I'm sure we all would have wanted to be in his position, ready to just put your finger on the trigger and let loose. But you can see now, from being below on Surge, 327 above. And it's plays like that, right, that can just really sort of sort you out. But you saw how creative they got and how successful it was in the end. A beautiful play, and now we're going to have to see something beautiful from Horizon and Phoenix. As they just look to take a standard box fight. We all take these, but in these sort of environments, they get really difficult. 43 above, but they won't be satisfied, and so they'll see if they can do a bit more damage. They can hear the other players looking to use shields, so they know they're low. There is a bit of a ticking time bomb there.
Specifically though, right now, even if you take into account Surge, you take into account their health bar, it kind of looks like the main issue for them is a health bar you guys can't really see, or doesn't look like one at the moment. It's their resources overall. Missing a few inventory slots. We tuned out with them. They had about 58 total builds on Phoenix. Now it's down to 38. So they are dwindling on that aspect fast. And you could be 100, 100. You could be 700 and 700 shields and health even, right? But if you don't have materials, if you don't have weapons to clap back, ammunition, shields, it doesn't matter. The lobby will eat you alive. So those mats, very important. And now Phoenix will start to run away. Ryzen actually leading everything. If they get to this building, they can't farm everything out supremely. The metal will be everlasting kind of. There's not much really to find inside except for a few vending machines or boxes you can get maybe +4, +5 from. They'll be able to get their, their wooden bit topped off completely. Vortex and Janus has been taken out by DKS in the air almost. It looked like maybe a Spider-Man mishap, and it's Cammy and Teak that get the loot from them, which is crazy. Is that a Mythic MK7?
Yes, it is. They're able to claim that from their POI. The boys talked about on the pre-show. And they put it to good use as well. We talked about how they've done a decent job of being able to get some eliminations so far in this game, 6 and 3 respectively. So yeah, not the Mythic, but still, they're going to put that to great use. It's funny because where they are on the map, they basically just haven't had to move basically the whole game, right? This is sort of the general area of their split. So you look at some of the things you missed. Kiriachi here, doing well to hold off with the stair. Stormy Rat picks up an elimination as well. Those two, talk about firepower, they have it all.
I felt like I was watching like a trash compactor though, you know what I mean? That was kind of messy in terms of builds. They're on low ground, armored walls all around them. even though they're lethal, they're a full fire force. I feel like a lot of the fights we're starting to watch in like game 3, maybe even game 4, might be a little bit too desperate, not as organized. But then also, we saw the Hen and Queasy pinch breakdown. That was just great. Definitely some teams still in control. Kiriachi needs to find some med mist, a med kit, something somewhere, because they're going to either have to fly, it looks like no, for now, just run into a zone. It might just be about 50, 60 meters overall, but with, what, 10, 20 teams around them, even one little mishap will just have that HP bar deleted.
Yeah, this is going to get rough for them. They've been pretty consistent thus far, sitting in 6th place, as you can see, so they'll want to keep that up. But like you said, it's going to be an uphill battle again, right? We keep emphasizing this, but this game is all about resource management to a degree, and so when you don't have those resources, all you got to do is, all you're spending your time thinking about, I should say, is how you can get them and how you can put yourself in a position to be able to make it through some of the most difficult zones towards the end of the game.
We keep saying uphill battle. When does the downhill start? Is it even a hill that we're talking about right now? Because it just seems like some of these teams never get to enjoy the, wee part of the roller coaster when you're going down. They're just going up forever. Complete anxiety.
It's more like running into a brick wall, if anything, right? Just very, very difficult. I'd be surprised if Queasy didn't farm that brick. Yeah, I was about to say.
Stay on top of it. That'd be the worst ride, though. Just imagine only going up and then having to just, I don't know, walk down. That's what it feels like for some of these teams. Let's see that perspective. Just the upwards roller coaster. Hold up. Phoenix and Horizon. Is this where they get their siphon? Might just be. That's how it happens. So they're staying low key. Everything looks absolutely disastrous. And they're like, hey, let's just pad in on some boys. Get the loot.
But that's what we talked about, right? In terms of being able to make those kind of power plays. And that right there was a brilliant power play. They find a team which, was caught unawares, confined to just, 1-2 boxes. And they got in. And we know that with this season, the Striker SMG, 2 players coming at you with that, it can be very difficult to deal with. And so they're barely above on Surge, but they can deal with Surge. We know that. What's the biggest advantage for them now is the fact that they're looking real good on the materials. Phoenix, their 147 builds, nearly maxed out. That's where they want to be right now.
I think ammunition might be an issue, though. Never mind, they just got split like, 1,000 AR almost? Or Toos and Future sitting on there. That was just an insane amount of ammo. I'm surprised they got caught out that hard, but that's what happens when there's a little bit of mispositioning. All good, though. Stormy Red Kiriachi, this is their all-in. This is their perspective that we just saw from Phoenix and Ryzen, but on a different side of the map. They need to find the same type of refresh, or they're just knocked out of this game.
Yeah, they need to come up with something huge here. But somewhat easier said than done. You can see their players fighting them on the edge of the zone, and their backs against the walls. When you are scuffed and you're desperate.
Gonna be a little bit of stuff desperation from Ryzen and Phoenix as well. We just saw them get so much good loot, lots of shields, and they were looking good when they got it too. Now just getting into this portion of the zone, it's cost them so much, and they're getting focused. I'm looking for armored walls from either one of them, but they don't have that at all for this rotation. Not having that utility specifically in this season might just prove disastrous, but they have a little bit of the sightline cut off. Ramp put down. Phoenix, though, doesn't even care about the floors up top. Look at them. Still aggressive as they move. They're not scared. They're not psyched out from being all the way in first place. Still playing how they should. They'll try to get in. Cammy and Teak right behind them, getting bombarded with surge shots. Package waiting slightly inside the zone. They might go for it too. That's another pad they can add. 3 pads 11 for this end game should secure Cammy and Teak. I would say even a shot at first place after this one.
Yeah, this could be a really huge game for them. They're really great at making rotations and finding dead side of zone and getting in really cleanly. But now with this many pads to sort of make that an easier ride for them, it's wraps. First movement is going to pull towards west. All the teams now trying to get up to that 6th zone. And this team has all the options. They've got the Whiplash, some peppers, some launch pads. Literally couldn't ask for more.
I think the worst part about it, though, it's like, you know, carrying in the groceries in one trip. You have a little bit too much to hold on to. Well, Cammy gets psyched out, trip, the bags rip, and then, you know, literally all the food's gone. He's got 3 launch pads. You got to make sure you use them at the best time. Squeezy and Hen actually forced out one as well. Might not have any of their own, but they have the position, and it's always the best one on the entire zone. They look to pinch the entire lobby, it seems like right now, too. Squeezy denied access to the box, but now they have height once again, cranking straight up to the sky. It's too easy today for Queasy and Hen.
Yeah, you saw how ready they were as well. Made sure to pepper before they padded. As soon as they landed, they could quickly 90 their way on up. And everybody else knows this is Queasy and Hen's height. They're going to just cover the zone now and look to try and get as many eliminations as possible. Phoenix and Ryzer will go down. Players on low ground for them to capitalize on, and Cammy will do just that. Takes down Michael. As now time gets to go in, they got to move. Teak doesn't have many options. It's really rough for him. His loadout isn't looking the greatest. But for the meantime, no Riley, Aqua, a team who we know usually will be dominant on high ground, not going to have that option right now. They're chilling close to it though. They'll keep their eyes on it, look for any opportunity to try and take it for their own. But they've got to be careful because they've not got much resources to work with, and they've got players who are looking at them. The Spider-Man will come through, and O'Reilly will move to the front of zone, and this gives them a bit more time to figure out their plan.
Cammy and Teak, though, they secure it without even the use of any one extra launch pad. They're in the center point of zone, and also on the right side, going to be just brawling out side by side. Not sure if he took out anyone. No, both beams still alive in the sky. No Riley, Aqua, they go toe-to-toe, box to box with Julex. He goes down. The third POV from the backside is going to be a trap, a pitfall. Quicksand for them in the box, and they can't breathe. They get taken out. Cammy and Teak, though, somehow still alive, powered through 5 different duos in second place for the entire day. Now hold that torch at the very front portion of the lobby. They're looking back and beaming still. Does Cammy have even more pads? How many mats do they have to deal with? It doesn't matter because they're bullying everyone down below. Flames extinguished on the grass as Teak gets out swag and gets that full elimination as well. They are making sure no one's allowed to be behind them. Just blazing a trail as they control mid ground. The pepper here too for Teak to get fast, but he's focused on the shot. That's another one. And both players still alive. The focus here is this low ground. They might be taken out, but they go down with a big message.
Yeah, they had low ground on lock there, even though they were on mid ground. They eventually go down. But in terms of who really has stakes in this game, who really has a chance to win it, it looks like Mr. J and Wolfie will sit above everybody else. They are going to look to take some shots at players below them. Mariah all alone as a solo. He now has a difficult task with no materials. This is the worst position to be in, and he'll be sent right back to the lobby. But you can see Revscar down below looking to try and make his way up himself with no materials. But he hits a crazy shot, and he hits another crazy shot. How's Revscar done this? Revscar, you can't do this as a solo. You can't keep hitting these crazy shots. He will eventually fall as well. But on the way out, he hit some really brilliant job with his teammate Bad Sniper all alone. The 4th place team, he's seen manipulator, misses the shot I should say, and he can't afford to miss too many more. Finally connects with one, and he's dancing around them, but eventually will be put to an end. I can't believe this has actually just happened. Wolfie and Lucky Mr. J have not had much to do above, only 3 eliminations. Everything just sort of unfolded below them, Shio, but this is where they can really get their points at. 2 more players left alive, and they know what they need to do, using those SMGs to really just force them into an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the pressure from DKS, you can still see it on the health bars of Frey and Kidwo down below. 70 HP. If there's a shotgun or maybe even half a second of SMG spray, it's wraps for either player here right now. They have to play this perfectly. They have the materials to stay alive for now and pick up a few more. Spider-Man web shooter inside the inventory, a possibility of squishing all players side by side. Kidwo finding a little bit of room. No, it's Spray that's actually building out now. 20 mats on as the sprays still come up from above. Wolfie, Mr. J. Big boom explosion. that victory royale.
That is what you want to do. They weren't necessarily the team going into that end game that you would think had a brilliant chance of winning it. But when the time came, they snuck up on height and they took it for their own and they used it to win the game. 3 games in a row, 3 height teams winning it out. Refsguard making life difficult for those on low ground, but eventually gets taken out from the monsters above. That's what you want to do. You can see what it means to him. He can't even believe it himself. Wolfie, lucky Mr. J, to win game 3 of qualifier 1 in an emphatic fashion as well.
Absolutely. The name of that game is just explosive. The day ended off with a boom. I'm trying to see the aftershock on the desk. Boys, how does it look after that one? What are the standings like?
We'll get there in just a moment, Shy Wager. My goodness, just to be able to see Mr. Lucky J's reaction there in those final moments. My goodness.
Love that.
You know, Reese, they just had it on lock. They denied Anas and Pink there. They managed to take away the high ground, and with the Spider-Man web shoes, they come up and they say, no, we want high ground. We know what we need to do to win out a game. Textbook from the duo.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the Spider-Man's web shoes holding high ground, realistically, you can't be taking it that early. We've seen repeatedly teams fall when they're taking that height early, like in this game, Hen and Queasy in the 5th zone. Then they tried to take it that first move and lost it to Pink and Anas, like you said. Then that got taken over again by Wolfie there. So if you're going to be trying to hold that high ground, you just can't do it so early. And I love the explosive finish, as we mentioned from Shio there. The car down below, some great awareness from them up on high ground to realize that that fire will just cause all that damage down below. And white health is what's so important at that last final moment of the end game. Critical.
I mean, high ground was a mess there, Reese, like you said. There's so many things going for it. You can't go for it too early. But I want to go from high ground back to low ground and talk about Cammy and Teak this game. Now, mentioning the zones last time, I mean, they did get zoned multiple times this time. You know, there's a few issues with that. And as you can see here in the replay, they are 110 below Storm Surge. And that is a big issue. If you get zones too many times in a row, then you're just not going to have enough teams around you. And that's just the after effect of this. You know, they have to use all of the splashes, a lot of the healing to come back in this game. And it even continued on into that first moving. They were also below Storm Surge.
It's like we saw maximum there, but they still had managed to get some heals back from that at the same time. But because Teak and Cammy are a team of such high caliber, amazing tarping from Cammy altogether throughout the majority of, like, that's what he was known for before Seti started to do that in the previous seasons. They are managing to put themselves into such good positions with those materials.
Number 1 spot, but look who's not far behind. All right, look, I'm going to hit triple digits. I'd like to be top 3 now.
Yeah, that top 10, obviously the top 8, sorry, is where you're going to actually qualify through, and you see that Tayson and Thomas HD have just managed to push themselves in there. This is now the halfway point. Obviously, we have 3 more games to go, and I do remember that Refsguard and Scram also have a huge pop-off that pushed them up.
So, indeed, this is the halfway point reason. I hate that we only have 3 games left. Don't worry, we're back starting for more, but for right now, we gotta go back on that battle bus. Let's kick it back on over to Levin and Shywitch to take us to the next game.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop just dropping up the facts as well, and all the different action we saw in that end game. Levin, it seems like, you know, the torch is also switching hands. Now we got some new leaders on top of the pack.
Yeah, and they're going to look to try and hold on, right, while they can. Of course, the most important thing is you are part of that top 8, but the first place is nice for the bragging rights, isn't it? So, you know, going to be a big game for them in terms of trying to hold on to that spot. Let's get right into it, right? Battle Bus sounds, it's time to hop into game 4.
This is where you put everything down on the line. You have a plan B. It's time to just act on it. You have any type of secret strat, bust it out now, because if not, time might be disappearing in just a few moments. We're past the halfway mark. Every single duel alive as the bus continues to thrive in the sky. Pablo moving in. Swag below him, kind of all around. We can see a lot of different types of fights early on over here. It's all about landing every single shot to the maximum potential. And that's exactly what the Flame Boys do. They started off the last one a little bit slower this time. Flames are hot. Levin, I mean, I think just off that last game, just being alive so long makes your shot in the next one that much better.
Yeah, you can see here, Mirza in a similar position to what his teammate was in before in the 1v2. It's not looking great, is it? Oh, sorry, no, in the 1v1 now, my bad. This is a tough spot. He's got an auto shotgun. Not many shots left in this thing. Nice manipulation of the angles, but ultimately that was just such a difficult position to try and even battle from. Again, Copenhagen Flames boys, sorry, will win out the 7 outposts, and so they get to play out this game.
This will be huge. I'm wondering why it's even, you know, that difficult for these guys in the 2v1 and not the 2v2 to end up doing damage. But there's always that, you know, over peak type of situation that comes down. Poking Clement 2 from their perspective seems as though whenever there's one person alive, there's a little bit more of a dynamic adaptation in terms of what's going on around them. They get to flee a bit more, survive a bit more. 2v2 is never that clean from some of these early game teams, but they got a little bit of time to work on it week to week. Even a few games still left in this qualifier overall. I'm looking at the top though right now as well. Cammy and Teak finally in first place. It looks like early game 11, they don't have that many difficulties at all whatsoever.
No real options there. That's a huge shame for anybody rooting for those guys. But this is what can happen at Covert. So many different little nooks and crannies and angles to fight at. And the fighting's not done yet for Vino and Joe. They want to keep it going.
Try to see the back and forth there. Meanwhile, the Joneses. More fights also breaking down. This is a point that even if you are at 0 points, you have some crazy banger 3 games, you can end up coming close to that top 10, top 8. So looking at a few of these fights, looking at these guys go toe to toe, it's still all on the line. One game where you have high ground, turn that momentous win to another one where you have a few more points. There's still, even though a lower percentage, a possibility for some of these teams to clap back.
We hop right into another replay. Kiko, my Portuguese Magnifico.
His aim.
You can see why I call him my Portuguese Magnifico. He hits shots like that. Of course, on controller, the tracking is incredibly precise. And you know, in one of the actual hype pieces before the show started, right? You literally hear Kiko saying, "My biggest strength is my aim." And we see right there why he believes that. And obviously Mosh trusting in him. These two played with each other quite a while ago as well in previous chapters and game modes. And so, again, the Portuguese connection coming through strong. Not had the best of days, to be fair, right? Sitting in 34th, but if Kiko can hit shots like that deeper into games, maybe there'll be hope for them.
Same situation for Michael and Astro as well. This might be some of the last times we see these players rolling in inside these games. In terms of being absolutely relevant, right? 30 points, still a good pedestal to kind of jump back from.
Yeah, look, when it comes to my own personal bias, I love Michael and Astro, right? You know, good friends with Astro and Michael, met them in person as well. Lovely, lovely lads. But I'll just be real and say it. I don't think anybody expected them to make it to round 3, right? And so, no, I'll be real. You know, I was very surprised to see them come through. They did well in round 2, and obviously they made it in here. And so, look, if this is going to be their last opportunity, if this was a fluke in terms of them making it to this stage, they got to start to step things up and pick up the pace a bit, because they are talented players. And
time. This time, though, I'm wondering where the zone goes. I'm always like to see. The what?
Definitely intended.
I intend all.
It's
just
just
for the
lie to
insurance,
us, bro.
It's for the.
You can tell us you intended the pun. It's fine. Cammy and Teak setting up on this hill as they did 2 games ago. Looting up in and around. And this is going to be the big difference for them in terms of this game and last game, the contrast, right? Boop talks about it again on the desk. Last game, they pulled a bunch of zones, and so there wasn't as much opportunity to get some surge tags, but this time round, they're being a bit more proactive and hunting and searching for those tags so they don't have to deal with surge issues. And of course, you saw it already, they picked up a llama as well, so they're chilling on the resources.
I was going to bring up Janice as well in relation to Cammy. These 2 teams are the ones that get to have a formula that they can abuse every single game. And right now it looks like, I'll expand on that in a second, Tus and Putrick are a part of many different teams' formulas of just getting bullied, pinched, sprayed 24/7. Last game it was Squeezy. The game before that I think it was
great. Why did they keep getting absolutely wrecked?
yeah, because it was Ryzen last game that took them out, right? Game before that, it's going to be Head and Queasy rolling in with the big package side by side. Then the game before that, they lost, like, you know, unfortunately one of the mid-game things. It's, I think, just the Sanctuary in general, or that side of the map, it's very tough for everyone to be able to rotate in, you know, properly if they find themselves over there, or even where they're at right now, Camp Cuddle and towards the left side. The mountainous types of hilly zones, they get tricky in terms of trying to track exactly where people are. But on the topic of
So that's been part of their success. Again, you know, it's something that Cammy does a brilliant job of. Reese highlighted it. Doing a great job of picking out his spots and making sure that wherever the Cammy split is, it's a very powerful split.
maybe one day we'll watch Cammy and he's not going to be at a split at all. Make trouble for everyone else. Give them surge as well, you know, like, make it fair.
Look, they're gonna get it anyway, right? You know, so you might as well just, you know, let them have the loot because they're gonna get it anyway. But
yeah,
we'll see where they are at with surge in regards to this area of the map. They've obviously been positioned here for a while now, and every once in a while you see them pick up at 18 here, 18 there.
It absolutely just looks like they're playing a different game. Like, this is no stress. Speaking of the different types of things we're seeing inside this game, Vixen up inside what just looks like particles. This guy's inside an accelerator. It's the storm plus builds breaking, plus it's a huge fight. You can't really see much, but he's got the tracking still, man. The players and the fact that they have the natural instinct to aim certain ways when there's someone in their box, like, it's nuts.
I feel like past 2 games where you see Vixen in these kind of fights deep into zone. Things not looking phenomenal. He's hitting the shots, to be fair, right?
He gives off like Daredevil vibes, you know? This man can't see, but he's just hitting the shots.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, in terms of actually pushing their way into the standings, trying to secure top 8, maybe a switch up is going to be required there in the overall strategy. Orion and Rifler, though, They're not going to be looking to change their strategy whatsoever. They've been doing a great job so far today. Some really decent games, some good eliminations as well. They seem to have the right combination. Milad and Wox, though, don't have the right combination right now, but they're going to have to try find it. And it looks like Milad will do just that. And so their fourth elimination, 817 above. That's silly, silly stuff, Shia.
There has to be an addition mistake somewhere. They have to be combining three teams like Surge for this one. There's no way, but I see him in the Storm. See him with 4 eliminations. It's a big thing at this point in the game to have 4. Like, I don't think people watching at home understand. Eliminations in this frequency, in this amount, the multiple teams, it doesn't happen in competitive Fortnite, one of these qualifier towards the finals lobbies. Like, you don't get these racked up elims before that end game starts, before that mid game's really there. Second zone with 4, that's like what, 10 elims in like, you know, any other lobby.
Yeah, look, 4 elims at this point, right? That's already 12 points. It's probably about like 10, 15 teams in the lobby who don't even have 12 points altogether. So to have that many amount of points so early in this game is nice. It's just going to be about how they now use that moving forward. They've got a good amount of resources. The Surge is handled for the rest of the game. They'll be fine. Reason and Vidil, though, they don't have their Surge handled for the rest of the game, and so they're going to have to start hitting some shots soon. To be fair, though, if you wanted to bet on anybody being able to hit shots,
from all seasons. If you gave me the option of a gray AR and you know, let's say the Martians were attacking Earth, right? And you gave me the option of like a legendary pump or a gray AR, I want the gray AR. 10 out of 10 times.
Okay.
I'm the beamer. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the wrong decision to literally 99 people, but I'm the 1 out of 100 that makes that choice.
I think you are.
I'm telling you, they have a laser beam directed, pointed at Earth. I'm choosing the gray AR. So you give me like a Ranger, you give me like a blue one as well, and it's even better, man. I'm in the business.
Look, maybe Reason and Vidil need to drop one another, and one of them needs to pick you up. They're struggling with Surge, and I'm sure they'd love your Ranger skills in this game right now. You see, they were trying to force the fight there. Didn't quite happen, and so now gonna look picturing on one of these players here. Reason getting Lazard. Vidil will try to hit some players who are spinning over towards his teammate, but this is a dire situation to be in. And it's one that I'm worried about. I think the reason why, as much as these guys have been brilliant today, I think the reason a lot of people were worried about them, no pun intended, actually no pun intended, is because their mid games just aren't that solid from what we've seen in recent weeks. And you're seeing it right here on display. Vidil goes down. Reason doesn't really have much to work with if we're just being frank. And so the mid-game fundamentals of this team, that was always going to be a question mark being put into play in Game 4 here.
What's that thing called? You know, children's playground. It's like an activity you can do. Sit on it, you go back and forth. What is that called? No, it's like it's kind of like you go like you can push someone on it and like it's more back and forth.
A swing?
A swing, exactly. That's what I feel like this duo's identity is. It's never full consistency. Sometimes they're straightforward on that swing, right? A lot of the times like this one, they're back. Still, they end up in the middle a lot of the time. Best Guard and Scram, I wouldn't see them as type of a swing duo entirely when it comes to momentum. Unfortunate. Just ends up finding it. But when it comes to Reason, when it comes to the deal, they're always high action and it works, and they're at the very front portion of that pendulum in the swing. Or they're like, you know, backtracking completely. It's just, a lot of the times, it's on the backtrack. So definitely looking to fix that.
Yeah, and look, if you swing too far back, you know, you can fall off, and that is what they will be fearing as this game sort of plays out. Ken and Queezy, though, looking good. Making sure to position themselves in a lesser contested side of the zone. very aware of their position and where the teams are. I like what I see from them, and of course now with the zone appearing, a bit of an easier rotation for them. Ryan and the Rifler, who we've spoken very highly of thus far. Rifle overtaking just a tad bit, and so takes a bit of damage there, but be able to put that shield to good use.
I think Moran and Rifla, if you're looking at the top 3 teams right now, right, they're in 3rd place. Their best portion of the game right now is mid-game, out of all the top 3 teams. You have Hen and Queasy, I feel like they have the best early game. You can see that with the pinches. Their end game is also pretty nice, but Cammy and Teek's end game is the proper ultimate form right now. So you see the 3 different flavors at play, the different absolute strengths, not saying they're weak at any of the others either. Is that a reason with a miss on a chase as well? We're talking about uncharacteristic things. I've never, I think, seen that before, but this player's making it very difficult, and it gets even scarier when you start to go below Bills, and Reason's actually being juked out completely. Nate with the moves. I mean, if it's someone who has the fundamentals, who has the potential to do it, it is Nate. But man, I didn't expect Reason to be the one getting juked.
Yeah, that's the kind of fight. You know, if you told me that it was Reason versus Nate, you know, in the final of an FNCS, last elimination to win the whole tournament, I'd probably believe you a couple months ago, but both. Oh my goodness.
Hen and Queasy start to get a little bit of their gameplay, game plan, the blueprints kind of on the front portion of the lobby. Like this is where their strengths really start to shine. 23 above right now, so they need to find the damage very soon. There's gonna be lots of teams around them, and I like the fact that they're not, you know, at the highest point of elevation. They're kind of in a sneaky spot. If 2 teams start to fight and get desperate, they can have a say in the conversation as a third party. Meanwhile,
into 5th zone, and so I'd like to see them prioritize that, and it looks like they have got their eyes on it.
Absolutely. Talking about mid-game powerhouses, as the mid-game ends, Rifle picks up another 2 eliminations as well, so the top 3 gets even closer.
And this is why this endgame's going to be real tough, right? The finest of margins to play out here in EU. Janice will pick up another in the feed as well. With Adil and Reason just inching their way closer to the zone, carefully, totally aware of where those players are and what they can get away with. And you see Vadil there, just putting all those materials to use, but eventually it means that they are going to run out and they are going to have to do something with that. You can see them searching, hunting. They found a bit of spare loot, but nothing to really ride home about. Yeah, they got to be careful.
That's what it feels like. Look at this. I've never seen them this super worried for a box, but they do jump down, they do get the mats. Gotta remember too, game 4, there's only 2 more left after this. You have to be super careful, and this Bassabri DK has been like, wait, who took our mats? What is this? This box was supposed to be safe, and Reason the deal will get the thieving done. Burglary, but no, caught down. You can't break the law and get away with it. Reason is gonna be put to jail. It's all up to the deal to be on the run as a solo fugitive.
That's the problem, man. They were running on cones that weren't theirs. I was thinking, oh dear, barely just getting away, and as I was thinking it, he gets dropped and gets punished. That's why you always got to be careful if the builds aren't yours.
Absolutely, got to be careful too. If you're heading Queasy coming into this game, they were 2nd place. Rifle and Marine were 3rd overall, 100 points tied with each. But it seems like with 6 eliminations, Rifle and Marine have taken over. Cammy and Teek even. They look to be in 1st place. They're getting into
good. They're going to have everything they need going into this endgame to retain that 1st place slot. And as you can see, players making their way on in understanding that they've got to move north as we creep on closer and closer towards the end of this game. Rifler and Moran now going to be able to stagger, use a Spider-Man to get ahead. Just a quick jump up, and they are positioned quite comfortably to capitalize on anybody lurking in the backside of the zone. Window edit gets closed, and so Rifler wants to reopen it, but nothing to boot. And again, you see the same exact thing. They're able to just take such a nice position ahead of everybody, up elevated as well. The more options, the merrier. As we split some materials now, the question becomes, at what point do they decide, hey, look, we want to top up on some of our resources? Again, the exact same sort of rotation with the Spider-Man. It was nerfed down to 10 charges, but still putting it to good use. But no, Rifler actually will get dropped down. And so Mariah actually has to do this all alone now.
And you can see the different strengths at play. So good at picking teams apart inside the mid game, but unlike Cammy and Teak, who are always side by side, they tried to spread their wings apart a bit too far. Brian's seeing a lot of opportunity he can capitalize on, but he can't even be forced to take a single shot. He has to move forward first as a solo. He's got a lot of time to play with. 640 damage above Surge. Nothing is that stressful except for the fact that he's an entire teammate down. 150 mats down. 2 health bars basically down by himself. And we watch Hen go down further in layer. Squeezy right beside him. They're pressuring box to box because they're out of mats completely too. This is the second place POV. How long will they survive? Going down for one more box. They might have to. No. Hen keeps them up, keeps them alive. This is going to be so dirty. Not going to be the cleanest type of push and play. And there goes a few more shots on the left side. Not going to see too much there. Marine, though, still surviving as a solo on the right side. Queasy's down on the left-hand POV. Marine finds a huge siphon and still stays alive. Splashes to move inside the zone. Spider-Man gauntlets to get him up, and away. 2 swings to keep himself in the game. But now with just 3 mats, he's on his final wire.
He's played it so well up to this point, but you can see now as things start to run out for him, this is where the real challenge begins. He's only got 1 more charge in that and 3 builds to boot. He's going to have to drop down at some point and start picking up eliminations below. Really does a great job there to not get taken out by anybody from above, but as he breaks his way through this old metal, he's going to start running into players and teams that he can't deal with. Sneaking around behind here, he knows that there's a player here. It's just Wood. Can he hit the crucial shot? He needs to be careful, doesn't want to get too ahead.
First place for the moment. Teak down. Siphon there for Cammy. All the way down, though. Beam that he goes away in the storm. You're right. The bullied becomes the bullies all the way up on high ground. Putrick and Toos have so much ammunition to work with as well.
And actually broadcast it again. I think I was getting really annoying. This isn't the same one, right?
Will pick up game 4.
Probably no idiots blocked my view. I thought that was really annoying.
Absolutely, we'll need replays as well. Pay attention to the elims you see. It might just be 4 or 5 for Teak and Cammy. But from what we saw with Floki and Clement, 11 eliminations before they went down. We saw that trophy, the first place beam kind of siphoned between players over and over again. At one point, Rifle had it. They had like 7. Toos and Putrick only have 2. So don't let these placements distract you. Yes, it might be Toos and Putrick with that glorious victory royale, but who 11 is really in the lead.
Yeah, we don't actually know right now, and breaking that down for us. We're going to kick it right back to them to unfold what happened in game 4.
Shy Wager 11 2K, thank you guys so much. Fantastic game number. 4. My goodness. There's a lot to talk about, but really quickly, what I want to start with is Storm Surge. Boop. We came into this game, and the very last words you had were, these duos, they seem to be struggling with Surge, and it played a massive factor here.
I mean, Surge is kind of ridiculous this game. We saw Vidil and Reason going out very early. Unfortunately, they're not able to put it together in this game. They were 6th before this, but these zones have been brutal. And I want to mention Cammy and Teak real quick yet again. Last game, they got eliminated to Surge. This game, they did find a Llama, luckily. And that means they're able to rotate quicker because they don't have to farm materials. They can set up in a very good spot this time. And, you know, that's the difference sometimes, is just getting those mats as quickly as possible.
Yeah, managing just to get that earlier rotation, get to a better position is going to be able to set you up so much more. Like, this is something that these top-level teams are able to take advantage of when they have.
Love to see now where they are on the leaderboard, because that's going to make them catch up. And, you know, with 2 more games to go, top 8 is inching its way closer for some of these duos.
Well, don't have to wait too much longer, Boop. Let's take a look at these standings together and see how things are going. Remember, that was game number. Top 8 as it stands, 101 is the cutoff in just game number 4. So with that last game, look at this. Loki Clement jumped from 30th to 6th place. Reese.
Wow. 8 to qualify slot right now. Vidil and Reason's still in there. But a team we definitely want to talk about that we've not even mentioned too much. Rifle and Marine. How it's pieced together after, I think, week number 3 of the Cash Cup so far. They've been playing super well. Right now, they're looking ready to qualify.
The problem is, though, they are contested over at that Butterbond split.
leaving Floki and Clement to battle it out against Letshi and Swilliam. We saw them deal with this fight pretty quickly.
Why is everybody in this mode so annoying?
Pablo.
This fight next week too, or at some point in the finals, it's not gonna feel right. I'm loving this back and forth. And remember, Pablo came like what, third last game off of winning this fight, so it's a pretty important one.
And speaking of closing out, take out Astro and Michael here. They were landing over towards Covert, but switched on over to the Bugle, and we'll see how it's paying off for them. Right now, it's working out well as they take Astro down. And so Michael, all alone against two legends of the game, there's not much he can do in that situation. He will go down as well, but it's not over yet. We know there's a couple players still left at Bugle. And so Aqua and O'Reilly will have to reset and it's a go all over again.
Oh, I can feel the momentum from this team right now, though, the way Noah O'Reilly's moving. Party coming in, but Noah O'Reilly is unnerved. Bubak getting slapped in the face. He doesn't care about any being behind him. He has absolute trust in Aqua to get the job done. Causes chaos with the zipline as well. Noah Riley's up in the sky still. Finally drops down, but it's going to cost Aqua his life as Karma gets the trade.
Yeah, and this is really rough because you saw Noah was hitting some key shots to stay alive, but he's much better off with Aqua up with him as well. And this fight went totally off the rails. Karma, he's still up, but you still have the duo of Amplify and Flodax right above the main Bugle building. And they've got all the control in the world. And O'Reilly will have to at some point go back up to try and get the card of Aqua. But in the meantime, he has a bit of time to try and get his resources up, get his shield up. So he currently sits at 157. And Aqua will just have to watch from behind and hope O'Reilly can pull off some of his magic.
Phoenix and Ryzen looking for some of the loot with the card inside Covert Cavern. Not gonna find much yet just because there is enemies in front, but they'll be able to just get towards the room and block off the back with armored walls. This will kind of put them into an all-in situation here. They're gonna have to fight to get out, and they haven't really fought this early before from what we've seen.
Yeah, and of course, they've got Thomas and Tayson on their backs who will be hungry, looking for revenge. We saw they went down early last time round, and so now the battle is going to be rough. Phoenix, though, doing well to make use of the portal jump there. Not one that I think a lot of people know about. I feel like there's some people who don't know that you can use that to get out of dodge. And Tayson and Thomas...
So risky.
Well, yeah, Tayson and Thomas would be very, 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 very brave to jump through that, right? It's very rare that you'll chase someone through, but it's fine. They'll be fine with those guys dipping because, as we highlighted earlier on, the vault is just so stacked that even if somebody loots it, even if a duo goes through and loots up, there's still going to be plenty of shields and whatnot available for another team to roll through, and so they'll take that complacently. But Thomas and Tayson sitting in 14th, I expect to see big, big things from them as this game plays out.
Third though for Phoenix and Horizon. A little bit further ahead of Tayson and Thomas, straight out of the same spot. But that's just been because of the way they get these refreshes, the way they interact with other teams. The deal though stops, so a lot of the interaction we see right now on the map aggressively not going to be there in this game. He doesn't get rebooted back up by Reason. We saw that they were a little bit worse off before. Got to be so scared of these trees falling as well. They can just change your entire game plan, and the way their shot influences how they actually fall as well. So going to be a little bit of a retaliation for the team these guys were focusing. Meanwhile, we tune in with Reason. This is at the Bugle where everything's dropping down as well. The person that might have influenced Aqua going down, Noah Riley's HP pool, it was these two, Reason and Vidil.
Yeah, let's take a look at how it all happened though. Vidil and Reason using that zipline to cause absolute mayhem.
It's a joust!
Vidil gets out-jousted and will fall. See, those are the kind of engagements that you just don't expect to see. Like, if I was to jump into an arena game right now, like, I'd expect to see that kind of engagement in my, rubbish low-point arena game. But,
yeah.
These things can still happen at the highest level of Fortnite, guys. Just so you know.
I don't even think in the arena game people are like, that committed to just joust your whole HP bar on a zip line above the Bugle. That's just crazy.
So if you're at the low point, anything's possible when you're at the low points. Trust me. It gets crazy out there.
Still, I'm not sure if it's a little bit of that desperation mixed in, or, if we get this elim, it's going to be huge to set us up for more, but it's game 5, right? I feel like you wouldn't see them doing this in the first game.
I think, if anything, it just shows the ego of Vidil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he just fully commits and goes like, I'm Vidil, I'm just going to win this battle. Like, obviously, I'm going to get elimination here. Yeah, just, hopefully now he's learned this lesson. We'll say that. But to be fair,
the skills to back it up.
You always have to commit, right? Because if he jumps off and he's not, shooting at his opponent, then his opponent can share him. So if anything, they were both actually kind of just locked into that fight.
If we could attribute if there were players were playing cards, but from like a mystical type game that have like a type.
Yeah.
I feel like Noah Riley, Vidil, and Reason all have like a certain type only they're allowed to have, because we've seen it in this 6-game format alone. All of them being shot, unwavered. You know, they can have like the no, I don't care, or I don't know, like the ratio type, where like no matter what happens, they're just still beaming. They're still looking onwards. They're unfazed by any damage.
The deal saying L ratio to people in game is hilarious.
What I just said.
On a zipline as he goes down.
Absolute madness. Hen won't be added to that list because you see there the flinch, and rightfully so.
He's human, right?
He just somewhat. Somewhat. I see Hen do some crazy things.
Somewhat human.
As we all have. A multiple-time FNCS champion. Bearing in mind a different game mode, but I'm sure coming into duos alongside Queasy, he'll feel like they could go on to win a couple themselves this year. Did you know?
That's a cool shot.
Did you know that Hen almost couldn't play today because of the storm in the UK?
I heard there were UK storms. You know what's crazy? Completely unrelated too. UK and Canada kind of sharing weather, man. Every time you guys have a storm, we have a storm.
Damn.
I don't know why that happens. But luckily, Hen is playing, because if not, this would be a very different qualifier.
100%. 100%. Big up to Sheps, who was able to give him a setup to use. So, nice stuff there, yeah. Really, really nice stuff. You love that from the community, you know, helping people out, helping each other. And hopefully now, Hen will go on to qualify and make it worthwhile, right? Teak and Cammy on the move, and things are looking real difficult for them at the moment. Below on Surge, which is something we've seen them struggle with before. And this is looking really rough now. They're getting pressured. They've not got much shield. They're below on Surge. And Swilliam and Lecce, sorry, who haven't really had many games to go out there and stretch their legs, finally getting the opportunity to do so. And they're picking one of the biggest teams in the lobby to take out their frustration on.
Are all wet.
It's going to be tough, but got to remember, they haven't been on the winning side of any of those fights either. Cammy going down again in this game, and this is why the fight's happening too. I just realized it was down before. Teak and Cammy weren't in their formula mode. They didn't get to bust out their blueprints. They did not get to base up near tilted and shoot a few players for that surge, have a calm game. This has been a withering storm for them overall. Unfortunately, they are down now. It'll be to Lecce. Reason and Vidil also moving in from the backside. Looks like all the rebooted squads are coming in from the Daily Bugle.
Yeah. It's all our mayhem as well coming from this area. We're doing reason though, they thrive in chaos a lot of the time, so we'll see how they bounce back now. The deal.
Check out possible inside edge to how some of these plays went down on replay. 70 players though, still alive for the current moment, so Surge is finally off. But these guys actually haven't gone in yet. All the replays for just a second. Team right there to the left. A few more coming in from the right side. Reason and Vidil have one final test before they're allowed to play this game.
Yeah, they're going to force their way in there, and they're committing a lot of mats to it. And rightfully so. They need their safety. And Vidil deep in zone now. We'll get the medkit off. So this game, again, could be one of those running into a brick wall situations we talked about earlier for these guys, because the battle to putting themselves back in a more favorable position will be difficult. To be fair to Vidil, on terms of builds, he's looking strong.
Oh,
right? 129.
His attack.
Yeah, the new slide mechanic coming through, and of course the med mist as well combining with it.
You know the like every time there's a new season, a new chapter, Fortnite has like a trailer that has like someone using the mechanics, but it's a lot of the times unrealistic. Like that never happened. Like, you know, in FNCS, that was that right there. Like just sliding in the zone, med misting. If that's not chapter 3, I don't know what is.
The absolute scenes from game 5. Wow. We haven't seen as much of the sliding in terms of combat. I know Reese wanted to see some crazy stuff happen. I feel like these guys would be the ones to provide it if it was going to happen. You can see how quickly things change, right? I just was talking about how good Vidil was looking in terms of materials. He was sitting at 129 builds, which was really strong. Now sitting at 31. They've had to commit a lot of materials just for their safety. And as we take a look at some of the things that's been happening around the lobby, Snazy will be taken out. And it looks like Nate followed him shortly as well. Not been the best day for the Frenchies. Big questions about whether or not they will have a successful season. Snazy still seems to be in good form. Can Nate match his level? One of the all-time greats with Deal. It's really struggling now. Sitting in that box, he's been knocked to reason as well. There's not much he can do fighting from such an awkward angle. And so Yin and Yang will be sent right back to the lobby.
So unfortunate too, because Vidil hit the nastiest 90 shotgun shot there right before he went down. Shouldn't have even been allowed. Almost a possibility for the cleanup by reason all the way towards the end. But yes, they will be down for now. You talk about swings though, I still wouldn't really count them out. They're gonna have a crazy game. I mean, they've been kind of the leaders, it feels like sometimes in records when it comes to elims and aggressivity inside EU. So one more game, they could shake things up entirely if they're allowed to even play the game they like to play. Still though, 62 players, 32 teams alive right now. Deox, who just rolled in, finds a few eliminations with Wildflower. Inside that same box, we just saw Vidil go down with reason. Rayad, who we saw that replay from, Mirza takes him out. Mirza still active and alive for now too, usually also bullied off spawn. So game 5 definitely a little bit different in flavor. And then Queasy rolling in with a win. We saw Wolfie and Mr. J still also in a good spot overall. Lots of different teams have gotten to hold the mantle of a victory royale overall, right, Levin? Like, it hasn't been a complete one-team domination on the VR scene, at least.
Yeah, definitely hasn't been. And the team we're looking at now will be a team looking to try get involved in that gambit. Thomas and Tayson currently posturing themselves, gambling on getting a 50-50 zone pull as they build up elevated here on the edge. Be interesting to see whether or not maybe they've got some good fortune and maybe Tayson has a pad of some sort, some more movement to work with. I think that's going to be really one of the keys to whether or not these guys can have a successful game. Oh my goodness, Thomas. Calm down, son. Calm down.
Right now, they're playing a very different game overall compared to some of the top teams we're seeing. A lot of the people in the top 3 that we're talking about want that win, want to keep going, doing what they want to do, and really only have 2 or 3 teams to worry about beside them in terms of tracking points. For everyone else, like Thomas, like Mr. J, 77, 78 points, there's a lot more teams kind of at the top 15, at the top 20, who are side by side in tiebreakers. They want to hit top 8. You get one elimination, you might be from 13th place all the way to 10th, maybe even close to 8th. It's that close right now on the leaderboard. So you have to make sure you're staying alive. And even if things go well your way for even 5 seconds, keep on that consistency. Stay alive, keep pushing forward. Next 2 games very important for these teams.
Yeah, and I really worry about whether Mr. Lucky J and Wolfie will be able to replicate the success they had earlier. In games where they pull zones, they seem to do pretty well. And in games where they don't, they've had a bit of some struggles. The Pepper rotate gonna come through here. And of course, there'll be some swimming to do as well on their way. Oh, they're trying to sneak through. You got to be careful. You got to crouch down, my friend. As Wolfie now will try get in.
They swim?
Yeah, they swim. They full commit.
Oh, this is a Twitter reply type of rotation. A lot of the times when there's like water in the way, everyone's like, just swim past everything, forehead. And it shouldn't work. You should get beamed at some point, but somehow Wolfie and Mr. J make it happen. 2 people swimming without building, and they're in zone.
Yeah, they took a really great opportunity, right? Realizing that everybody else in the lobby was rotating as well. And so there was a chance they could go unscathed, and fortunately for them, not having to commit much resources to that.
I have everything in all the
Let's take a look at some of the other rotations and problems as people are trying to get in there. Scram and Ref's Guard, who have had their fair share of struggles today. Like we said earlier, one of the oldest standing duos in the lobby. We know these guys have chemistry, but are they at the same level they were at a couple years ago when they seemed to be one of the top contenders in any competition they played in? 2 of my favorite players in terms of just their personalities and how likable they are, but being likable only gets you so far when you're in the lobby, right? You really got to be able to put the shots down.
see where it is.
It's
the last
super
power
simple
up I
for
need
them.
in this
All
game,
we need
and I 100%
is like
Metroid Fusion.
to put some VR goggles on them or something, or some like, you know, alternate reality goggles, and put steamy stacks like on the map somewhere. And I feel like they'll play 10 times better. I feel like some players just don't have their home, you know what I mean? They're kind of Hearthstone overall place they can go back to, but you know, it's all about adapting. Surely the synergy will come through at some point. They'll find their mojo. Thomas and Tayson need to find it fast. It was there in one of the previous rounds, and now they're really looking up for a spot to put themselves in a position to win. Six zone will start to move, and they glide. Thomas in the skies. Tayson should be moving in a different way because I'm not sure if they both really hit that pad. He will be behind them and finally catch up. He really dived in zone for that one. That's crazy. They'll choose the exact same way to roll in. That should usually not be possible, but somehow gets it unscathed. Switch layers still, and he meets up with Thomas. That's huge.
Yeah, Thomas claimed a really nice position towards the right side of the zone. Make sure that they have those right-hand angle peaks whenever they're looking for refreshes.
But not in this
so Tayson usually being the one to lead the way, but this time Thomas makes that decision and makes the right call. And so now second movement begins. They're all trying to get into that 7th zone, and you can see here what I'm talking about. The right-hand angles looking for anybody in the back of the zone to try and get an elimination and a refresh on.
Thomas, Tayson, a majority of teams in their spot need this win. They need that tiebreaker in their inventory. They need that extra placement.
You can see Queasy and Hen in a position we've seen them in before, sitting up above on height.
After I beat Metroid Fusion,
that's where they want to be. That's where they win games from. And we've seen in so many of these games already, the high ground team being able to close things out from above. Tayson and Thomas, those switching sides now as the zone transitioned. And so they've gone from the right side of the zone to the left. But they can do serious damage from either side. Tayson still recovering, by the way, from earlier when his HP was dwindling. And again, even after the big pot, we'll have to take some time out. He's got to be careful though, because he's been split from Thomas. And now he actually has players on the back side. The armored wall comes through, but it's not going to be enough to save him. It seems players in his box, players in his face. We know you're amazing, Tayson, but he can't handle that. Too many players at once. And so Tayson will go down.
The fodder goes down on all sides, on all layers. It might be legends for the moment as well, but in this qualifier, it's been gruesome. It's been a ride for them, and they can't figure out the directions, the navigation, the GPS. Scram and Repscar 2 drop down 158. Full max damage from Scram, but he can't finish it off. Unfortunate, and Reps is not beside him. Repscar moving around, has a Spider-Man swing to use the web gauntlets in play, but it's only going to get him to a safe spot. He has to leave his teammate's body behind. Doesn't get any of the mats there either. He's kind of all running on fumes. They deal damage. He gets another knock. No Elim. But as the chaos rains down towards low, it's Hen and Queasy of a free type of game on height. Pink is going up. I'm wondering what's happening over there. Bad Sniper with 153 points. He's trying to also get into the top 5 upper echelon. He's in 2nd place now with DKS. How much farther can he go?
That Sniper, they were looking so strong early. He's been reduced to just being a scavenger in the back of the zone, and we've seen how these backside of zone fights play out. Very difficult, but he's got a striker pumper, the Stinger SMG, and we know heavy damage can be dealt that way. Queasy and Hen, who are looking so comfortable on high ground, Shayo. All of a sudden now, Queasy, left alone, doesn't have his 16 chug splashes either this time round, so it's not going to be as easy of a game for him. Pink, who is another team who likes to play higher ground, going to be the one to take it, and Queasy will go down. And so Pink finally having an opportunity to show what he can do from above. He doesn't have Anas by his side, and with just 2 eliminations, not the hugest of games so far, but if they can close out this win, they'll push their way away from 22nd place.
I didn't see Anas with him to start the retake too, so I have to believe he 1v2 height retook against Queasy and Hen, which is ridiculous. Trippin though, the maximum defensive player, the guy who can't be shook, is going to be there on low ground by himself up against multiple teams, duos, squads all around him. First player's on his left, walks him off with a wall. It's just brick, goes for the edit. It's a triangle peak. It's not going to be much, just 78 damage, but now the players know he's here. Trippin then afterwards has to go a little bit closer to the water. Can't drop another layer anymore. It might be disastrous. He's not going to be able to aim, and yes, after that, the pressure's too much. He goes down. Malibuka and Mustache are the ones all the way on high ground. Pink is going to be taken out completely. We have new leaders for the lobby so far in terms of just this game. 78 points, 8 eliminations on Mustache, 3 on Malibuka. They're looking for 2 more. Cheatin is down. It's Waterworks, tears from everyone else, but an absolute play park for these two because they just rained down absolute bullets, beams, and damage on the lobby.
Mustache and Malibuka, who have been one of the more exciting teams so far this season. Brilliant displays in all other competitions. A quiet day so far but really getting loud towards the end. Mustache, you bad boy, hitting some nice shots there. And they close out the game in a nice fashion as well. Look at these. You can't do anything about that. When a player's hitting them kind of shots, you just got to say bye-bye. Mustache and Malabuka, your game 5 winners. And I wonder where that puts them in the standings, because you saw there, they were...
Another icon emote. Are they ever going to put an original emote in this game again? They're all going to be copyrighted emotes. Like, I'm not going to be able to use any of these. That's pretty cool. It's kind of cute, you know. This one. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think I looked at all this stuff yesterday, right? Wait, he doesn't have a back bling? The NBA stuff is still here. The anime skins. Oh, I didn't even know Silk Sonic was still in. What's this? I'm gonna check Vivid's. No, I'm just gonna get off. Or I'll stop streaming, then I'm gonna check out the emote, and then I'll get off. So, peace out. What a fun FNCS viewing party. I had a lot of people block my vision, but it's okay. Later, y'all.